Hello, and thank you for checking out my Sniper Elite 3 Authentic Difficulty 100% Completion No Damage run. For a full breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. Otherwise, sit back, relax, and enjoy the run. For mission 1 of the run, this is meant to be a tutorial, so there's not a whole lot that's very complex. It's a fairly linear mission, so I'll still go through the strategies, but most of what you're going to see here is always going to occur with little variation. In this game, unlike the other games that came before it, to destroy vehicles, you need to hit a weak spot. So for this one, I'm going to shoot the fuel tank that's underneath the vehicle. There is another weak point you can hit, but it's much harder to execute. So coming out of this cutscene, you'll notice that I've taken damage. If you look around the border of the screen, you'll see a bunch of red. This is developer force damage, so it doesn't count. I can't avoid it. And this damage is just meant to teach you about the healing mechanic in the game. As I mentioned earlier, this is a 100% completion, no damage run. So that means I will be getting all war diaries, sniper nests, collectible cards, long shots, weapon upgrades, and optional objectives.
They won't hear me approach if I crouch.
As soon as I eliminate this enemy, I have to remain crouched here. Unlike previous games, when you stand up and run in this game, it's much easier for the AI to hear you. And they're able to hear you from a much greater distance than previous games. So I have to stay crouched here to ensure that these enemies do not move. And as long as I do that, the following strategy will always work, because these enemies will always be in these default locations. After killing that enemy, I'm just going to back off so I don't get hit by the splash damage of that explosion. As I move to kill this enemy, he'll be the first one that I loot. This enemy will always have the weapon part for this level. And for all the other levels in the game, there are certain enemies that are designated to hold those weapon parts. So there are certain enemies in every single level that I have to loot to get those weapon parts. So my point in saying that is that it is not random where you find the weapon parts. You will always find them on the same enemy in each level. So sniper nests and long shots are a new addition to the series starting with this game, and the long shots are by far the hardest part of completing this 100% no damage run. Simply because I'm playing on authentic difficulty, and on this difficulty, I do not have any aim assist or help in knowing where exactly my shot is going to land. That means that these take an incredible amount of practice. Not only needing to know where to place your scope, but also knowing where to place your scope relative to the physics of the bullet drop, due to gravity and wind. In some of these levels, such as this one, these shots can be taken under cover of environmental sound, meaning my shot will be silent to the enemies. However, in some levels, I don't have anything to silence my shot. Therefore, I'll only get 2 shot attempts to be successful, further increasing the difficulty of pulling off this run. So what's happened here is that I've hit the target, but it wasn't a kill shot, which sent the target into cover. So what I need to do is either wait for the target to come out of cover and reset, or attempt to take a harder shot while the target is in cover. So now that the long shot is complete and I don't need the cover of sound, I'm going to go ahead and take out this nest. What I'm looking for now is an enemy. I can see him all the way in the far back. He was kind of at my 1 o'clock position. And he paths around this area in a clockwise fashion. I want to take this enemy out before I move on to the next objective. And because this enemy can float, and the timing of me getting here can vary depending on how long it takes me to complete the long shot, there are various ways to approach this enemy and take him out. So I won't go into super detail on that, but essentially you're just looking for your opportunity to sneak up on him and either shoot him or melee kill him. The enemy that's standing in this tent is always going to be here and will always be looking in this direction and never turn around as long as you don't alert anyone in the area. As I make my way out of this cave, you'll notice that there are soldiers that are loading the artillery, and some of them will turn and look this direction. They are coded, though, so that I'm invisible to them. So even though they seem like they would be able to see you, they can't. I'm going to head up this ladder and get the cards that I need for this level, the playing cards. And now that I have that, I can go ahead and take out this artillery nest. As I approach the final objective, I want to do that on the left side of where I would enter. And the reason for that is because it guarantees that the enemy soldier that patrols around here will never be able to see me because he travels in a clockwise direction.
Nebelwerf is neutralized. I might as well check the ridge. We lost Tobruk. That's loud enough to cover my rifle fire.
So immediately after I kill this enemy, I need to quickly move forward to the sandbags and cover down and look for the first enemy I need to shoot. As soon as I get sound cover, I'll take this shot and then move over and shoot the other enemy at the fire. The next shot I'm going to take is actually a pretty hard shot. And this one can kind of be a gamble. The good thing is that this enemy's far enough away that he'll never be able to return fire to me if I mess it up. I do, however, need to get this kill with the silence of the environmental sound behind me.
Something to collect from his corpse.
So as I move out to engage this enemy, I want to make sure that I don't step onto this fabricated bridge because there's an enemy under it. So after I take this enemy out, I'm basically just going to stay on the left side of this bridge until I can see the enemy get to the end where he's about to come out. Once I see that, then it's safe for me to get onto the bridge. But you want to stay off the bridge because there is a very, very small likelihood that he can see you through one of the cracks and then go into alert status immediately. I need to scout the enemy that's in this lower section. I can see him straight in the middle of the screen off in the back there. And he's going to be the next enemy I need to take out. And the reason why I need to take this guy out is because the enemy that follows after him on the high ground here, where I'm going to snipe a bunch of people from, when I kill that enemy, if this guy is pathing and just so happens to be in the right position, he'll not only see the enemy die, but he'll see me and go into alert status. So I need to remove this guy before I proceed to ensure that that doesn't happen. For this section, what I need to do is I need to clear most of the enemies out of this area. Basically, I'll clear every enemy here except for the 3 enemies that are to the left of where the objective is, over by that fire pit. Everyone else here will be taken out, and that's simply for safety and so that I can run through the area and get the things that I need to get. Now, there's not really a priority order or anything that I need to consider here. It's simply just taking my time, making sure I land my shots with the cover of the environmental sound from the generator, and basically just doing it perfectly and not alerting anybody. So what happens here is because it took me 2 shots to kill this guy and the proximity of the guard that's patrolling around the tent where the objective was, that guy got alerted. And because that guy got alerted, this guy automatically gets alerted. I'm not sure why, but that's just the way the game is coded apparently. No one else in this area will be alerted. It'll just be those 2. So as soon as I take out the objective, I'm going to go ahead and take this guy out because the other one was behind the tent and unavailable to me. And as you can see, he's now moved around to the side of the tent, so now I'll have that opportunity to take him out too. Now what I'm looking for here is there were two enemies right here close to this fire pit in front of me. And I can't see the second one. I know he's off screen somewhere to my left, so I'm just going to throw a rock to pull him forward so I can get my shot.
Trovate un corpo!
So with that last guy, all the enemies that I'm required to kill here to move forward are dead. So I'm basically going to go up now, loot the body of the target objective, and then I'll move off into the next section of the map. As I make my way around the back of the tent, I want to go ahead and crouch down, and that's because of the enemies that I didn't kill near the fire pit. So essentially, I just need to crouch here until I have them line of sighted, and then once they can't see me anymore, I can stand up and run forward for a little bit. As I get to the palm tree on my left, I'm going to go ahead and crouch. I just don't want to alert the guy in front of me by making noise.
I'll have to hide any bodies I kill to stay hidden.
So the next set of enemies I have to eliminate very, very quickly, and I'll explain why once I get to that area, but I'm going to take this guy out, and then I'm going to move to the other side of this compound as quickly as possible, and I'm going to throw a rock once I make it over this wall towards where that fire pit is in front of me. That'll pull the closest enemy on my right out to this location and away from his friends. I'll explain a little bit more in detail when I get to it why I'm doing this, but this is a necessity to ensure that a strategy later on is 100% successful and doesn't get me seen or spotted.
I'm open from all sides. A few traps would help.
Up ahead of me is 4 enemies, one of which is my target objective. I'm going to move into the brush here to keep myself hidden. And once I get up to this rock formation, I'm going to throw a grenade right on top of the objective. But I want to throw it a little bit forward of him to detonate the ammo crate that's right beside him. As soon as that happens, I'm going to go ahead and round the corner here and take out the guy closest to me. And then the final enemy is going to be beyond the smoke. And so what I need to do is wait for him to come and investigate. And as he moves forward, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get a headshot, a single headshot. Most likely, it'll take 2 shots to finish him off. So everything that I've done from the point earlier where I mentioned that I was going to have to kill a bunch of enemies very quickly up until now is the section that I had to do quickly. And the reason why I had to do all of this quickly was so that I could get into this position and be ready for this guard that's in front of me that's pathing. If this guy makes it past this point and I'm not here, I would basically have to wait here for about another 3 to 4 minutes for him to go all the way around and loop back. So I want to get here as quickly as possible so that I have that opportunity to eliminate him. Now, once he's eliminated, I'm going to move in a counterclockwise manner around this area and eliminate all of the enemies that are here. The reason that I have to do this is because unlike the last level, where the long shot had an environmental noise component that could silence my shot. This level does not. So what I have to do is I basically have to eliminate all of the enemies within a certain radius of the long shot to give myself the best possible chance of not pulling enemies to me that then can fire at me or do damage to me. For this next enemy, I can't use the crawl under there that was in front of me. I actually have to go around to the left. And the reason for that is because this enemy has a low likelihood of being turned and looking that direction. And you won't know it until you actually commit to the crawl under. So to avoid that potential situation from happening where he would be looking that direction and automatically see me and start shooting, I go on the left there. That way I always guarantee that I get the shot and he never sees me. So what I'm waiting for right now is for the enemy beyond the one that's right here to be visible to me through this little window that I can see through basically right in the middle of my screen. It doesn't matter which way he's pathing, whether he's close to me and moving towards me or he's far away and moving towards that backside. All I need to know is which side he's on. Once I know which side he's on, then I'll be able to kill the guy that's right here and then move and deal with him. And the way that it breaks down is if he's close to me, which he's not this time, if he's close to me, I would shoot him from here before I jump. If he's on the back side, which he is right now, I jump over and then shoot him. So earlier on, I mentioned that there was an enemy that I needed to pull away from his friends, and I threw a rock over by the fire pit to pull him over and kill him. It was for these enemies. And the reason for that is after I shoot this first person and I go to shoot the second one, there's a small possibility that that guy that I told you I needed to pull away from his friends could see me. And then he would go into alert status immediately and start to look for me, and it just causes problems. So that's why I pulled him away early on and killed him. And then that makes that strategy there with those two enemies much safer to pull off. So since unfortunately I missed the timing here on the next objective target, I'm just going to cover down on the side of the tent here and just wait for him to loop back around, and then I can proceed.
Prestate informazione! Tenete gli occhi aperti! Continuate così, uomini!
As I move around the tent, I'm actually going to head inside to put down a landmine behind the radio operators. There is a war diary here. I'll come back for that later. But I want to put down this landmine so that later on, when I start to blow up the trucks for the optional objective, and they go to respawn to look for me, they get instantly taken out. I'm going to place a mine here. This is for the objective at the very end of the level, where you have to destroy the vehicle before it gets out of the level. If everything goes well, that should take care of the vehicle, but there is a small chance that the vehicle can miss it or can glitch past it or what have you. So I will be placing another mine in a little bit, just as a backup in case that scenario happens. So with the generator broken, I'm going to turn and I want to take out this enemy first. The order that I take enemies out in for this area is very important, because this order minimizes the risk of enemies seeing dead bodies and then going into alert status. The enemy in the white tank top here will have the next weapons part, and right after I loot this, I'm going to go ahead and lay down a landmine right beside his body. That's just the backup landmine I mentioned earlier for the final objective. So in the area up ahead, there's supposed to be 3 enemies that I need to kill before I can attempt to take the long shot. However, this time around, the enemies didn't spawn. I don't know why they're not here. So that's what I'm looking for right now. And I basically come to the conclusion that either I didn't hit a trigger or something bugged. I'm not really sure what happened. But there should be 3 enemies here. And the way that I would deal with them is the first 2, I would basically throw rocks, pull them forward, eliminate them. And then the final guy, I would kind of walk forward and eliminate him off the boxes up there. But for whatever reason, they're not here. So that's what I was looking for. I was throwing rocks trying to see if I could get anyone to pull attention to it. And when that didn't happen, I was like, all right, well, whatever. I don't know. So at this point now I'm going to go back and I'm going to complete the optional objective here with destroying the vehicles and the motor pool. I still want to make sure that I time my shots here with the generator because I don't want to alert anyone in the area. For this last shot, I should be able to hit the red tip on this tank and it should blow up the vehicle. However, sometimes the game will bug when you're up against a ledge and trying to shoot over it. So I have to like run away and then come back to kind of reset the game a little bit so that I could take that shot again and that bugged mechanic or whatever isn't part of it. So once that shot's done, everything there with the optional objective is complete. I'm going to now head back into the tent where the radio guys were. I'm going to grab the war diary and the well rod rounds. That's why I didn't pick it up the first time, is because I need the well rod rounds to resupply after this point. So with that complete, I'm going to head up the tower. I'll take out the next optional objective, which is the light. And now I can set up to take the long shot. As I mentioned earlier in the commentary, some of these long shots where you don't have environmental noise covering your shot, you basically get 2 attempts. So ideally, you'd want to hit this on the very first try. Really, it doesn't matter, but you need to get it by the second shot. So this is a very, very high pressure situation because I've gone through all of this to get here, and now I have to take this shot. And basically, I get 2 tries. After that, if I fail that second shot to kill the enemy, then I have to do a lot of other stuff to guarantee that I don't pull any enemies to me that then I get into a firefight with. So you're going to see me being very patient, waiting for the right shot with the perfect wind here. Slightly too far to the left, so I move over to the right. I get the shot, and now I can go.
I should relocate.
Up ahead, I'm going to have a machine gunner. I need to make sure that I'm in the brush as I creep up to this guy, because he can turn and look my direction. I want to move into this section of this rubble, and I want to take out this machine gunner. And then I'm going to move back around and set up on this tree that's right behind this vehicle. Sometimes it takes longer than other attempts at this level, but there should be a guard that will walk and stop right here between the truck and the building. And then what I want to do is take him out. And then once I take him out, that guard that's in the far back that you can see there will eventually see him come to investigate, and then I'll take him out. And once both of those two are taken out, then I can move forward deeper into this area.
Restate informazione.
As I move into this area, I need to make sure that I'm up against the wall so that the next enemy that I kill can't see me. Once I get on this side of the window, I can just slowly poke out until I get the shot. And now all I need to do is take out one more enemy, and then I'll be in a position to, again, snipe most of the enemies around this area.
I can hide my shots if I damage this generator.
So unlike the last section where I was sniping a bunch of guys in the motor pool, this section doesn't really have a priority to who I eliminate. All I need to do here is just make sure that I'm hitting my shots alongside the environmental noise from the generator, and that I'm actually killing the enemies and not alerting anybody. I do not want to alert anyone in this area if I can avoid it. So that's the final enemy that I need to snipe from up here. What I want to do now is move down towards the objective. There are 2 more enemies, including the objective, that I need to eliminate. All the other enemies in this area, I'll leave alone. I can just path around them to finish the level. I don't actually have to kill anyone beyond these next 2.
State pronti. Restate vigili. Restate informazione. Svolgete le vostre mansioni. Controllate le armi!
So now that the general's been called in, if everything goes well, the very first mine that I laid down should take out his vehicle. And if not, then the backup mine should take care of that. So that is the general's vehicle destroyed. So now all I have to do is get to the objective to exfiltrate the area. Before I do that, I need to go and get the last sniper nest. I want to do that by going up the platform in the back. I don't want to climb the ladder. If you climb the ladder, there is a small likelihood that the enemy in the tower, when he's pathing down, will see you. Now with that done, I'm just going to basically go in reverse the way that I went. You can drop down from right there at the ladder without taking damage. But if you drop down there, then one of the guards to your left will hear the noise and come and investigate, which I don't want. So at this point, I'm just going to make a big loop all the way around the area and basically sneak to the trigger that pulls you out of the level and completes the level.
I picked through the wreckage to search the corpse. My reward? 2 words. Project Zoika. Project Zoika.
So this second bridge up ahead, as I'm about to exit it, I want to make sure that I crouch down so that I don't pull the enemy that's going to be off to my 10 o'clock up on this ledge. I'm going to stay crouched here until I pass this tree that's in front of me. Once I pass this tree, I'll stand up and move, and that will aggro the guy on my left to come and investigate, but he'll come behind. And because he comes behind me to investigate, he'll never actually see me. For the enemy up ahead, I'm just going to cover down on this wall, wait for him to get close enough to me, and then take him out. As I approach the next section, I want to crouch down when I get to this big green tree on the right.
Find those 88s.
There is an enemy in this truck that I'm passing behind, and I don't want to aggro him or this enemy that's in front of me. As I enter the compound, I'm going to go ahead and take cover on the wall, literally right beside this enemy. There's going to be an enemy on my left. You'll see him right at the edge of the screen. He's going to path down to the wall, and then he's going to turn around and go back. The way that I've angled my camera here is so that I can both monitor him and the guy climbing down at the top right that you just saw. To pull off this strategy, I need to make sure that the guy that climbed down the ladder is climbing down around the same time that this guy that I'm about to take out turns around. If that happens, then I'll always be able to come up these stairs and wait for him to walk by. You'll see his shadow on the wall. And as soon as his head is visible, I can take him out. Now, right before I enter into this next room, I need to crouch so I don't alert the guard that's up above. And then once I get done grabbing the document, I just want to do everything else in reverse. So crouch to exit the first room, and then I can stand up. Now, once I get to the top of the ladder here, I do want to crouch before I pass the door. I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to open up the sniper nest, since the enemy on the far building is turned away from me. For these two enemies, I'm just going to throw a rock slightly beyond and to the left of the one that's furthest on the left. That'll get both of them to turn, and then I'll be able to take them out one at a time. My next objective is to head down to the building that I mentioned earlier that had the enemy on the top of the roof. And as I do this, I have to remain crouched because that enemy on the top will go around it, patrolling the top of the roof, as well as there's an enemy that will patrol around the building on the ground floor. What I want to do here is I want to be cognizant of where the enemy on the roof is relative to the next collectible that I need to get. And so because right now he's looking towards the collectible I need to get, you can see him right at the top of the screen through the tree. As soon as he turns around, his proximity to my next action, which is eliminating this guard on the ground level, is such that the timing of him turning around will allow me a window of opportunity to go ahead and get the collectible I need as well as the ammo, and then I can just leave the area without having to kill him. If for whatever reason the timing is off, then I'll have to kill that guard or just wait until he turns back around to then go get the stuff that I need to get. As I enter this area and head up the left side, there are two scenarios that can play out here. Essentially, I can either have two enemies that I have to take out, or they can just not be here. I'll know which scenario I have as soon as I come to the top of this hill by looking at the roof. If I see an enemy on the roof, then I know that both of them are here, and I'll need to take out the one on the ground level first, and then cross over and take out the one on the roof. However, as you can see, that didn't happen this time, so I don't have to worry about them. So once the artillery is destroyed, I need to go down into one of the buildings nearby it to collect a war diary. As I enter into this area, I need to be crouched. There is about a 50% chance whenever I destroy the artillery piece that one of the enemies will not get caught in the explosion and die. So I don't want to be running around down here and potentially pull him to my area, because as long as I'm crouched, he'll be investigating the artillery area, which is away from where I am, which is what I want. For this next enemy, it's very important that once he steps out and I'm ready to fire, that I stand up, because trying to fire on this enemy while crouched will be unsuccessful simply because the bullet will hit the fence for some reason. For this enemy, I have to engage from the left side. If I attempt to engage on the right because of the fence, I'll have to stand up. And when I stand up, there's a high likelihood that one of the other enemies on the building top in the back will see me and then alert everyone in the area. As I approach the ladder here to go down, I need to make sure over by the radio tower that the enemy isn't looking this way on the rooftop. If he is, as soon as I try to go down the ladder, he will spot me and then go into alert. So as I make my way to the ramp here, I want to be keeping an eye on the gap between the ledge and the building. There's an enemy that patrols back and forth and will jump this gap, and I need to be able to see that jump so that I know where he's going. And what ultimately I want to do is wait for him to jump over to the building before I proceed. Once I see that he's jumping across, I can move forward. I can take out the guy that's right in front of me, which is very hard to see because of the lighting. And then I can jump across and take out the guy on the building. As soon as I pass the trees on my right, I'm safe to go ahead and stand up and start running. If I was to do that earlier, I would aggro some of the enemies that were in the building. And just like coming down, as I go back up, I'm going to want to crouch right before I get to these trees. Once I'm far enough away from the building, I can go ahead and stand up and run without having to worry about pulling any enemies to me. As I enter this next area, I need to just run all the way down until about the end of this building on my right, and then crouch down. I'm now going to head up the road. There are a couple of enemies off to my right that I need to be aware of, and I don't want to be too far to the right on the road because then I might pull their attention. Ultimately, I want to make my way up to this next building, and then right at the corner of it, I'm going to go ahead and take out this enemy. I'm then going to position right here and wait for the other enemy to come back through the building, and I'll take him out as he exits the doorway. Once that enemy is defeated, I'm going to move into this doorway here. And this is just to ensure that I have line of sight away from the next enemy as he pushes into this open area. Once he turns to the left and commits to that direction, I can go ahead and come out. And then I want to take him out before he gets to the ammo crate on the left. Once he's eliminated, I'm going to go in through this window and take out the guard that's at the doorway. Now that he's eliminated, it's safe for me to head down into the basement and take care of the enemies that are down here. With those enemies eliminated, I need to quickly move back upstairs and to the back of the building to get in position for the next enemy before they pass too far out from where I need them to be. So as long as I'm quick enough, once I get to this doorway, I'll be here and in position before the enemy is moving back into that door that I'm looking at. And ultimately, my goal here is to eliminate him basically right at the door. With that enemy eliminated at the door, the one that's up the stairs that would then path down will notice his body and then filter out to investigate, allowing me a good opportunity to eliminate him. There's now only one enemy left here at this building, and he's on the roof. I'm going to move to this ladder, and I'm going to climb all the way up the ladder minus about the last couple of rungs, and I'm just going to stop. This will allow me good line of sight on top of the building using the third-person camera so that I can see him without him being able to see me.
Hier könnte er sein. Gebt mir Deckung.
Now that this area is clear, I'm going to head over to the sniper tower where the sniper nest is at. There is an enemy off to my right on the building top, but I'll take him out from the sniper nest. As I get to the top of the stairs, I'm going to go ahead and prep a few traps. These are just in case something goes wrong, I miss my shots, and end up aggroing enemies to my location. Generally speaking, if that happens, I'd say about 50% of the time they throw a grenade up into the tower and then you're going to lose the run anyways. But just in case they filter into the tower, I have those traps there just to stop the 1 or 2 enemies that tries to come in.
Speaker could mask my shot.
Once I'm up into the tower, I'm going to take the opportunity to take out the last enemy that's in this area. Now that that enemy is eliminated, I only have to worry about enemies in front of me. I'm going to go ahead and open up the sniper nest, and then I have a lot of enemies to take out. I'm going to start with the enemies that are on this building. Once the depot is destroyed, that should pull in only 2 enemies from my left, unless the explosion at the depot missed one of the enemies that was patrolling around it, which can happen sometimes. For whatever reason this time around, this enemy didn't actually come over to the depot and respond. That's a very rare occurrence. Usually he will come over with the other guy that's already on his way. So now that all the enemies on the ground level are eliminated, I need to take out 2 more enemies. I need to take out a sniper that's on the ridge at about my 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock position. And then I need to take my long shot. Now this long shot is one of the hardest ones in the game, simply because it's one of the longest ones in the game. And just like most of the other long shots, you really only get 2 shot attempts at it. Generally what happens here, because it's so far away and it's very difficult to gauge accurately on authentic difficulty, because you don't have any of the aim assist mechanics, what usually happens is I body shot him the first time. He'll then go alert, he'll look around, he'll duck down, and then once he resets, I'll body shot him again and that'll finish him off. So now that that shot's done, I'm going to go ahead and head back down into the basement where the radio crew was, and I'm going to go ahead and shut off the speaker here, which is the optional objective. So I'm now going to take the opportunity to head over to prep for the tank that comes in at the very, very end of the level. I'm going to place 2 mines here, and the idea is ideally you want the tank to hit both mines basically at the same time. So the tank will spawn in and hit the first one, and then as the tank tries to go active, the next mine will hit it as well. It's actually very, very difficult to pull off. Like, you need almost pixel perfect precision with the placement of the mines. So what usually happens is that the tank will hit one of the mines and then it won't hit the other one. And then I'll end up having to finish it off at the end, which I'll explain as I get there. On this attempt, I do actually get it perfectly set to where it just outright destroys the tank. But I'll explain what the backup strategy is for that when it doesn't occur. As I make my way to the next set of enemies, I need to ensure that I'm not seen by the enemies in the building off to my right. So I want to approach on the far left of this area. Now, as I get to this corner, I want to turn the camera and see what the position of that enemy is in the back, whether he's coming towards me or walking away from me. Ideally, what I want to do is I want to know that he's walking away from me before I poke out here to engage, just to ensure that I have the most amount of time available to get into position and take him out and the other enemy that's here. With those enemies eliminated, I can now move into the caves, which will set me up to clear out the next area and eliminate the next artillery piece. I need to hold short before I fully commit into this cave, because there's going to be an enemy that's going to patrol in a clockwise manner around these crates. So I'm just waiting to see him move from the right to the left in his pathing before I can then go in and approach him to take him out. Now this is a very, very dangerous part of this level, simply because there's a sniper that can potentially just be looking over in this direction and see me as I'm making my way towards this next enemy. If that happens, there's literally nothing I can do to control that. And this is the best and really only approach for no damaging this level. So as I walk in here, I just need to be moving as quick as I can towards the boxes that this guy is in front of. That way, if he starts to zero in on me, once I go down the hill, he'll actually lose line of sight on me. And as long as I do that quickly enough, I don't have to worry about him going into alert, which is something that can happen. So with both those enemies taken out, I'm now safe to slowly edge out here. And all I want to be able to see here is his head. And once I get the sound icon at the top of the screen, I know I can take my shot. Eliminating that sniper from this area is one of the safest ways to do this, because any other way you try to approach this area, other than this one, generally will get that sniper to spot you out and alert everybody else that's in the area. So there are 2 enemies left here, and I need to clear them out so that I can get the collectibles. I'm just going to wait until I see the enemy that paths around the building come through line of sight at the doorway. Once I see that, then I'll be able to move forward and eliminate both enemies. Now with the area clear, I can go ahead and get the collectibles, then head up to the sniper nest and take my shot to destroy the next artillery piece. So I now need to make my way all the way back, basically to where the sniper tower was, and then around to where I had placed the mines in preparation for the tank, to then head up to the next area and the final artillery piece that we need to eliminate. I want to stop short of exiting the cave here until I can see the enemy that's patrolling back and forth in front of the vehicles. Ideally, once I see him, I want him to be moving to the left. And now that I know he's past the final truck, I can move out behind this truck, poke out, and take him out. I'm then going to move around and grab the next collectible I need, and then I'll take out the next two enemies. I want to move down this area on the left and kind of stay in the shrubs. That's just to help with visibility and minimizing the chance that enemies up the road will see me. Ultimately, though, I want to make my way to the cave and look towards the right of the inside for the enemy that should be standing there. As long as he's not too far up this area, I can go ahead and take him out. If he was too far up, I would actually want to pull back and just wait for him to cycle back around and then take him out. But regardless, once he's taken out, I can get the collectible and the ammo. And then I want to move up this area just slightly past the entrance of the cave. And I want to hold short. What I'm waiting for here is for the guard that patrols back and forth to come back to the guard that's in front of me, have his discussion. And then as soon as he turns around, he turns his back to me and starts to walk away. That's when I'll start going forward to eliminate both of them. I now need to make my way up to the top of the tower. At the top of this tower is an enemy with a rocket launcher. I'm going to eliminate this enemy and then take his rocket launcher. This rocket launcher is the backup strategy in the event that both mines I place don't instantly destroy the tank. If only one mine hits the tank will be disabled, and then I'll be able to use the rocket launcher to finish it off. So now all I need to do is head back to the cave that I came through to get into this area. I'm going to wait until I'm at the bottom of the tower before I stand up and start to move. Just short of exiting this tunnel, I'll get the cinematic of the tank spawning in, and then I'll be able to determine what state it's in, either destroyed or disabled. So I now know that it's destroyed, and with that, all I need to do is, after the cinematic, sprint to the exit, and the level's done.
I've reached Fort Rifugio.
Alright, so as I get started on the level, I want to go ahead and pick up the S-mines, and then I'm going to put one down right here on these wooden planks. This is going to be for later in the level, basically right at the end. I'll get 2 enemies that will spawn in that last section, basically where I did, and they'll run forward and they'll kill themselves on that mine. Now, after I take this guy out, I want to move a little bit to the left to go over the sandbags. If you do it too far to the right where that enemy was, you'll basically just mount the machine gun, which takes a lot of time off from you being able to get in position here, which is very critical. There's an enemy pathing on my left that I have to get ahead of. So once I take out those 2 enemies, I'm just going to stop right here behind this crate. And that enemy that you see almost in the middle of my screen right there, that's the one I need to get ahead of. Reason being is as he gets to about where he is right now, if I'm anywhere else in this area other than on this box, he'll basically see me and then go into alert status. So I have to make sure that I'm able to get here before he gets close enough to spot me. Once I see him turn and look to the right and start moving, I want to break the generator and then I want to move up towards the sniper nest. So the first thing I want to do is I want to attempt to take out the guy on the searchlight if the angle is good, which this time it was. If not, then I just let it be. And on the second pop from the generator, I would take this enemy out. So he should stop right about the time that the generator starts popping. And I want to take that enemy out over there because there's going to be another enemy that paths in the same direction that he did. And I don't want that guy to see any of the bodies before I'm able to take him out. All right, so you can see that enemy I just talked about. He was right there off on the left-hand side of the screen a second ago. If I can take this shot now, I want to take it. This is a very difficult shot to take, simply because of the way the wind changes abruptly on the sniper nest. Okay, now that he's taken out, that second enemy that's pathing through the camp is here. And I want to move a little bit to the left because he likes to stop right up against this wall. This will usually allow me to get a good angle. Unfortunately, the generator was just slightly behind his movement. So now I do have to wait. Luckily, right as he spotted the body, that's when the generator popped, so I was able to get that guy pretty safely. Alright, so I have 2 enemies left. Ideally, I want to take this one out. This is the hardest shot to take here, even more so than the long shot. Simply because with the long shot, I get multiple chances. With this guy, I really don't. So if I miss it, it can become a problem. Usually it doesn't, though. Even if I hit him and I don't insta-kill him, he'll usually just stay right where he is. But if he runs back towards the left, he could potentially pull some of the enemies down there. It's a very, very low likelihood that it happens, but he could pull those enemies down and then they alert other enemies and it kind of becomes an issue. All right, so it looks like on this attempt, I decided to take out the searchlight and then attempt on the long shot. I miss the insta-kill. I do get a hit on him. And oddly enough on this level, compared to all the levels before this, where if you hit an enemy on a long shot and you don't kill them, they hide and go into alert. This guy just kind of doesn't care, so that makes that one a lot easier. So now I'm going to look for this guy again. I really do want to get this guy killed before I move on. I'll explain why, and it'll be pretty evident once I get to that section of the map. Okay, unfortunately, I don't insta-kill him there, so now we run the likelihood of him going into alert. At this point, I'm just hoping that he's going to pop his head up basically when the generator pops, which he does. And I'm able to get that final shot. So now that I've got all the enemies that I need from this position taken out, I can go ahead and open up the sniper's nest. That's part of the 100% for the level. And then I can move on. Now, something I haven't touched on yet that makes this level very, very difficult. I mean, I guess it doesn't make it difficult. It just makes it kind of annoying because you have to slow down in areas where normally you wouldn't have to. Is the vehicle that constantly drives the main road through this map. So pretty much I have to, anytime that I'm getting close to the road or I'm going to do anything near the road, I need to know where that vehicle is. And that'll take the form of one of two things. Either I heard it recently or I hear it coming up. Or I basically just have to take a position and don't move. So I saw it recently go by when I was doing all the shots. So I know just from experience that it's not going to be back yet. So I'm able to move close to the road and get that war diary. But you'll see in certain areas that I'm basically just going to stop and wait because I need to know with all certainty that that vehicle is not going to come and just randomly run into me as I'm crossing the road or doing something up against the road. So that's essentially what I was going to do here. Luckily, it comes not too long after I go prone. And for the record here, you don't have to necessarily go prone every time the vehicle comes by. I just do it specifically right here because there's not a lot of good cover away from the road. At least not close enough to where I want to be so that as the vehicle goes by, I can come up to this watchtower and take out this enemy. Which is my next objective. I need to take out this enemy so that I can climb up and get this sniper nest. Now, there's nothing that I'm going to do here with this generator or with the sniper's nest. There's no reason for it. So I'm basically just coming up here to get the sniper nest and then going right back down and then moving on. So what I'm going to do is essentially I'm just going to play everything I just did in reverse. So I'm going to go all the way back down here to the right of where I killed the enemy at the machine gun nest and work my way down the other side from basically where I started on the level. So as I start to come up on these ruins here, I want to make sure that I'm looking for the enemy that patrols. And if I don't see him, then I have to go quiet way further back than necessary, simply because I don't know where he is. And it's very, very easy to not be able to see him. He's right on the other side of a wall and you run too fast and then he ends up hearing you. Now what I'm trying to do right now is locate him because I don't see him. And I don't know whether he's behind the main building or if he's off to the right or behind one of these trees or shrubs and I don't see him. Okay, so now I see him creeping out in front of the tree that's right beside this wall, dead center of the screen. And so what I was going to do was I was going to go around and kill this enemy that's down this path to my left. But for whatever reason, my mind kind of blanked here and I was like, I don't exactly remember how long it takes him to get into the position that he needs to get into for me to take him out. So I couldn't rationalize that through my head. And I just decided to be patient and wait. What ends up happening here is I definitely had more time. I had enough time to go and take out that enemy. I wasn't sure in the moment and I just decided to play it safe, which is generally the go-to strategy. Because this is a lot of mechanics. This is a lot of stuff to remember. Keep in mind, if you haven't looked at the description section where I call out the entire rule set, if I take any damage or I fail anything, I have to start the entire game over. I can't just load a checkpoint or start from this mission. I have to start from the very beginning of the game. So I tend to take things very, very slow and be very patient when things either don't go my way or if I'm uncertain. And this was one of those moments where I was uncertain exactly how long it was going to take this guy to get here. Anyways, once he paths past this guy, I'm able to take this guy out. And then I can just peek out and take him out when he stops. So now that those two are dead, now I can go and I'll take out the enemy that I mentioned earlier that I was having the debate in my own mind about. So as soon as I take this guy out, I'm uncertain right now of where the truck is. So this kind of puts me into the just hide and wait mode. So I'm going to set up right here on these boxes and then just simply wait for the truck to come through. Once the truck comes through, then I'll be able to cross to the other side of the street and continue on. So as I make my way to the road, I want to be doing it closer to the gate than towards the open section on my right. And that's simply because there's an enemy right under the tower, and I need the sandbags to obstruct my line of sight from him. So at this point, there are 3 enemies here. There are 2 that are static by the bonfire and 1 that patrols. So my focus right now is on the one that's patrolling. He'll be my next enemy to take out. So I need to be taking note of where he is in his patrol route. And that'll determine whether I can cross this big gap or not. So he was already moving kind of away from me, which tells me that I'm safe to move across that big gap. You definitely don't want to move that big gap when he's staring right at you because he will see you. So I'm just going to come to the edge of the tent here and wait for him to come back around. There's some sandbags. There's like a little sandbag emplacement. Kind of at my... Right now, it would be at my 10 o'clock. Almost closer to 9 o'clock, actually. But he'll walk back around and he'll stop there. When he stops there, that's when I'm going to take my opportunity to take him out. Right, so as soon as he turns, he'll actually stop and pivot, and that's when I'm going to move out. That's kind of my go signal. So I take him out. I want to immediately turn here, and I want to move up to the tent. I'm going to take out the guy sitting first. For whatever reason, this does not pull the second soldier. If you do it in the reverse, it 100% like alerts the guy sitting down. So I have to make sure that I do it in that order. So once these 2 are taken out, and the only reason I need to take those 2 enemies out is because I need to climb this ladder, and without taking them out, you'll basically be auto-spotted trying to go up the ladder. So now that I've got that collectible, I'm going to head back around and basically continue on from where I took out the soldier that was patrolling. So as soon as I hear the dialogue, I'm going to go ahead and crouch. You can actually crouch much further up. I just find it that that's the safest way to do it. I'm going to throw a rock here. Because the two enemies up here are so close together, I need to separate them. So what throwing this rock does is it accomplishes two things. One, it separates them, which is the primary objective here. But the second part is that the second soldier that stays up there will move around into a position that lines up my shot perfectly. So it makes it easier to take him out. So as soon as this guy stops, I'll take my shot. And now I can head up the ladder and move into that good position to take out that second guy. Now there is some stuff to consider here. Once I get to the top of this ladder and I get in position, you'll notice that slightly off of my 12 o'clock, between 11 and 12 o'clock, there's going to be a road that heads up to the castle. There is an enemy that patrols up and down that. So I want to be making sure that I'm taking note of where that enemy is, because if that enemy is too close to this enemy that I just took out, I have to hold my shot. Otherwise, he could see me take that shot, and then I would be in a bad position to take a follow-up shot on him. So as I start to creep up there, I see that he's coming down, which he's kind of up there a good way. So I'm just like, okay, now I have more than enough time to get in position. I should go ahead and prioritize that first. And the reasoning for that is because it's kind of like a coin flip, whether he moves into his position and stops, because he'll look almost dead in the direction of where that enemy soldier is I just killed. And it's kind of a coin toss, whether he sees it and then goes to investigate or he doesn't. So what I like to do is before he gets close enough to investigate, I like to just pull him into a position that I want him to be in. So I'm going to let him get close enough to me that I can throw a rock and then basically pull him to me and override him looking. So he did stop where he normally stops and he didn't see the soldier, which is a good thing. But regardless, if he was to get there and see the soldier, I would just let him go by and then I would sneak in behind him and just take the shot. Since he didn't see the soldier, then I just move him to where I want with the rock, and then I can kind of poke out and take my shot. So now that I don't have to worry about that patrol seeing me, I'm now going to move kind of back down in reverse towards the road. And that's going to be to clear this camp out, clear out the watchtower, destroy the light on the watchtower, which will complete my secondary objective, and then go get some landmines and some ammo that I'll need. So no matter where this enemy patrols around this watchtower and this tent, being up on the tent in that back corner will always give me vision over where he is and will keep me line of sighted from him so that he never sees me. But now that those enemies are taken out, I've got the collectible I need. I'm just going to move and wait for the truck. Luckily, the truck comes almost immediately as I get here. Usually that doesn't happen. I have to kind of wait for it. But once I know that the truck is gone, I can poke out, take out the searchlight, and then I'm going to move down into that building that's right in front of the watchtower to pick up, like I said, some landmines and grab some ammo for the well rod. Now, prior to going into the next section, I need to have 3 landmines inside of this crate, or 4. So if you're following my strategies here, you'll always have what you need. But it is very important that before I go into what I'm about to do right now, that you basically, I have to have 3 landmines. In the event that I didn't have 3 landmines, you know, I could just take a detour and go all the way back and get some more from that same chest, but I just waste more time. Anyways, I'm going to stop right beside this bush as I'm going up this hill. And the reason for that is because the soldier that's at the sandbags that's walking forward in the middle of my screen, if I go any closer than this, he's basically able to see me, and I'm not close enough to take a shot. So I want to stop and hold here, and then as soon as he turns, like the moment he starts to move, I need to move. And the reason for that is because I have to get up here and as close to him as possible while also evaluating the enemy that paths from left to right. Since I don't see that enemy, I know he's on the left. And so what I have to do now is I have to wait for the enemy on the left that's pathing to the right to get about to the bonfire before I can attack the guy closest to me. If you do this wrong, you'll almost certainly go into alert. They will see you. So this section right here is very nuanced to pull off. So that enemy that I told you at the very beginning of basically this level, where I was at the first sniper's nest, and I said, I gotta take this shot, and sometimes you shoot him and he goes into alert and pulls other people. This is the reason why I want to get him taken out, is so that I can simply move around this area without having to crouch the entire time. Now there is one enemy left. He's up by the entrance to the castle, and he can still hear me running if I run right next to the objective that you see right there. Now, before I can start this objective, I need to know that the truck has already gone. And as I was running up here, I could hear that. So once I get to the sandbag, that's my mark that I need to go quiet so that last enemy can't hit me or hear me. And then I'm going to get the objective, the secondary objective, turn around. I'll go back here. And once I jump over this, I can then go and run. But I have to be careful because there is still an enemy that's far down to the right that can still patrol back and forth near this street. So I need to make sure that he's not patrolling up. If he is, it's not a big deal. I just need to basically put my landmines in different spots. But my strategy here is to basically place one landmine and then move away from that landmine in whatever direction. Usually it's towards the gate here, and then place another one. What this essentially does is it guarantees that if for whatever reason the patrolling truck comes in to that section of the road before the objective gets here, that guy will get blown up by the first landmine that it touches. The objective will get blown up by the second one. So it's just an insurance policy. Once I have those placed though, I want to get back up here as quickly as I can. It's a very small chance that it happens, but sometimes when the secondary objective gets blown up, this guy will then come to investigate. So I want to be in this position so that I can be ready for that if he does. And you can see he was thinking about it because like his character moved, and then his character kind of settles back into his default right there. It's very, very snappy. It's hard to miss, but he was thinking about it and he didn't do it. So anyways, that completes the outside. So now as soon as I come in, as soon as I have control, I want to go ahead and lay down the landmine. And then I'm going to move forward and I want to take out the enemy that's going to be patrolling from the left to the right. As soon as I take this guy out, I'm going to go ahead and swap over to the S-mines and the two that I picked up at the very beginning of the level. I'm now going to use them here. So one in front of the door and then one in front basically of the exit to this tunnel section. And then that setup will be good to take out all of the enemies that spawn into this area after I get the next objective that I need to do. And for this section, it's fairly cookie cutter. It's very consistent. Following the strategies that I employ here gets me through this without being seen nearly 100% of the time. There are two sections, and I'll highlight them, where it can be a little tricky. This is the first one. Getting this second shot on this guy is a little tricky, because if you miss that shot, you generally won't get another opportunity to kill him before he alerts everybody else anyway. But anyways, what I'm going to do here is essentially clear the entire fort. I'm going to kill every single enemy in this place before I get the prisoner. And that's simply because as soon as those enemies spawn into the area after I get the prisoner, anyone that's left here goes into auto alert, and then they start roaming and searching and doing all of that. And I just find it easier just to not have to deal with it. So I'm going to clear out the entire castle and kill everyone in it. So this enemy that's standing kind of in front of me on the screen, I want to wait for him to move to the left. If I saw that he was walking up to that position, I would have felt okay with moving across. But I find it better to just be patient. If you don't know whether an enemy just got there or if they're about to move, just wait till they move. Ideally, though, I want to be here. I'm going to wait for him to path back. When he stops, I'll take him out. And the reason why I want to take him out here versus where he was over there is because there are enemies that path under. They're going to be the next enemies, in fact, that I'm going to take out. If I shoot him up here, they will see that and they'll go into alert. So as soon as I take him out, I'm basically going to move about halfway down, maybe a little bit more than halfway down this area. And then I'm just going to wait here. As the first guy walks out, I want to make sure that he walks out far enough that when the second guy comes, he's not obstructed by this overhang tarp or whatever. And in fact, I'm going to move a little bit to the right to try to offset that. But when enemies come to investigate, they never come to the body. They always stop just like a little bit short of it. So their position is always displaced off of the body. And if I kill that guy too far in the doorway, then I wouldn't be set up to take the shot on the guy that comes to investigate. Okay. So now that both of those guys are taken out, I can move back. And there's 2 more enemies here on this section of the castle. So I'm going to take those guys out and then move to the other side. So before I go get the collectibles, I'm going to take a second to take out this enemy that's, you can kind of see him right off the steps. He's leaning up against these boxes. I just want to make sure that the 2 enemies far in the back are not in a position to look at me before I take that shot. Because if I go too far down those stairs, one of those guys, if he's looking my direction, can see me. And so now that I've got the collectibles I need, I've cleared every enemy here. I'm going to go back, kill the officer that has the key to the prisoner that I need to rescue. And then this whole section will be cleared and I can move over to that other side.
Looks like he's got something. Keys. Nice.
So I'm going to move to the doorway right here where these 2 enemies are dead, and I'm going to stop just shy of going through it. Simply put, there's an enemy that's going to patrol out and look this direction from that, not necessarily that doorway, but that hall. And if I move too much closer, he would be able to see me. So again, as I said earlier, if you don't know where they are in their patrol path, it's better to just be patient and wait. And that way you definitely know where they are in that cycle. So I'm just going to wait for this guy to come here. And then once he gets here, he'll stop. Eventually he'll turn around. When he turns around, I'll move forward and then engage him inside the tunnel. All right, so I only have 1 enemy left here on the ground floor, and that's who I'm going to go take out now. Once I take this guy out, everyone on the ground floor of the castle is taken care of, and then I just need to take care of the enemies above me. So this is one of the very few times I'm actually going to cross this thing before I can see the enemy move. And the reason for that is because there's a slight window when this enemy would be moving towards me to see me. And it's short enough that I would basically be able to get through there without him going into alert. That shot right there is another very, very difficult shot, simply because you have to shoot him as he's in a very specific spot beside that box, so that his body falls and he's line of sighted from the other enemy in the area down there that patrols around. Once I get to the top here, I'm going to take this guy out, and then I'm just going to basically wait. In the building across there, there's going to be an enemy that'll pass through. He'll see his body and come to investigate, and I'll take him out as he comes out. I'm going to cover down on the doorway here, and I just need to know where this enemy is. As long as he's not walking towards me, then I'm good to go. He'll either go towards the ammunition here, he'll go on the left, he'll go on the right. Either way, it doesn't matter. I can take him out from wherever. You just need to know where he is. Once he's down, though, I'm going to move over to this other building. I'm going to take this guy out, and then I'll only have 2 enemies left here to remove before the entire castle's cleared out. So as I leave this building, it's very important that I leave out the second of the 2 doors. So there's a door to my left right now and this door. I want to leave out of this door because this door allows me to line of sight the patrol path of the last enemy that's here. All right, so that's the last collectible that I need. So now I'm going to move out here, and you might have seen it. The enemy's patrolling basically. Once I get to the end of here, I'll be able to see him. As he patrols back around, he'll move right in front of the crate that's beside these oil drums or whatever. Once he moves in front of that crate, I'm going to go ahead and take my shot because that's when he'll be close enough for me to take the shot with the well rod. All right, and so with that shot, there's no more enemies in this level that I have to worry about. So essentially the no damage component of this is complete as long as I set up all my mines and everything at the beginning of the castle section. Then I won't have to deal with any enemies. So I go ahead and pick up the bazooka here. And now I'm just going to head out. As soon as I clear this doorway, those enemies should spawn in and they should auto die. Just as a precaution, I go ahead and set up a shot on the door. If I see anyone there, basically I just take the shot. With this rocket launcher, any of the crates that you can rearm from infinitely essentially give you infinite ammo of everything you have. So I will have infinite ammo for that. So if I did have to take the shot, then before I run down like I am now, I could just reload. However, there's going to be one right beside the next objective for this level and the last objective for this level. So I would also be able to use that one too. So I guess my point in that is if somebody survived, just shoot them with a rocket. So as I make my way to the top of this ladder, I'm going to go ahead and grab the German sniper rifle that's on the ground. It's just as a backup. I almost never use it. And really, there is no need to use it if everything else goes right.
He's made it out.
So I grab that. I'm going to move as far down this side as I can, basically right to the ledge. And then this is a very easy section. This is probably one of the easiest sections in the entire game. Because all I have to do is sit here and shoot rockets. And if you look at the top middle of the screen, you'll see that I have environmental cover constantly. So I never have to worry about anyone seeing me. I never have to worry about anyone shooting me. And all I have to do is shoot rockets at people. Now, whether the developers intended for you to use this method, I don't know why that happens. That's a bug. So if you see I like shot a rocket and it went off like at an angle away from where I was aiming, I don't know why that happens, but happens quite frequently when you aim towards those tents on the left. But anyways, I don't know if the developers intended for this to be doable, but I imagine they wanted you to use a sniper rifle, but
Looks like
shooting people with rockets is more satisfying and a lot easier than trying to line up shots and worry about, you know, how the bullet's going to be affected by the wind. So what you're seeing here is essentially what it is. On authentic difficulty, this does get a little hard. If I remember correctly on this run, or maybe it was the run before, there was a guy that just was like hiding. He wasn't shooting. I could hear his voice and everything. I just couldn't find him. I couldn't see him. Not until the next phase of this section started, and then he stood up. I think it is here because I'm looking around. And now that I'm not in the moment, I just saw him. He ran on the right side. So I had the opportunity to see him. So yeah, you'll see there at the bottom there was dialogue like I have him. And so I knew there was somebody here, but usually when an enemy is here, they start shooting at the prisoner. And I just, for the life of me, I couldn't see him. If you guys missed it, he's basically directly right of where the prisoner is, over by that tree that's surrounded by the rocks. That's where the guy is. It was very brief. He ran over there. I only had like half a second to see him. And just from experience, I know that that's usually where I lose one. So I shoot a rocket over there and it doesn't do anything. And I should have shot one at the other tree, but that's okay. Anyways, for this section, it's very, very hard to fill this section. In fact, I don't even know if you can fill this section. I imagine you can. I never have, either in practice or in a run. I've never filled this section. See, there's the soldier. I was able to see him, but I didn't see him. That's crazy. It's crazy like when you're watching something back and you're not controlling it versus when you're controlling it and you have like a billion things going through your head. He's right there. I keep going right over him and I'm missing him. Anyways, one of the unfortunate things about this level, and I don't know if it's just authentic difficulty because I've never played the game on any other difficulty, but for whatever reason, even if you clear all the enemies out, you just have to sit here and wait. That might not be immediately evident because there is an enemy here, so you might be thinking that I'm full of shit, but I promise you if this guy was dead, I would still be stuck sitting here waiting. For whatever reason, this is on a time limit, and I just have to let it run its course before this guy will move to his final position. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. I had so many opportunities to see the last enemy that was here talking, and I just missed him every time.
Looks like he's moving.
All right, so now that he's moving, you'll see there's the gunfire. I now see it, and I'm like, oh, that's where you are. So I get the kill on him. At this point, there's really only 4 enemies as long as I hit my shot. There's the truck full of enemies, and then there's 3 enemies that'll spawn right here below me on this path. So as long as I hit the truck with a direct hit, I don't have to worry about those enemies. And then I hit these enemies with a direct hit, and now that is it. There are no more enemies, and I know that for a fact. So again, if you didn't believe me before that these segments of him running and hiding, are on a timer, now you'll see it, because now there are no enemies here. and I'm just going to have to sit here and wait. So that's where I'll end the commentary on this level. I'm basically just going to wait for this guy to run forward and complete the level, and that'll be it.
Looks like he's moving. The truth behind Project Zoica.
So heading into Siwa, as soon as I start the level, what you're going to notice is I'm going to immediately move forward to take a shot. I need to do this very, very quickly to take advantage of the environmental noise, because it happens very, very quickly after you start the level. So once I've got that guy taken out, I'm going to go ahead and move over to my right here as quickly as I can. And then right around this little palm tree or whatever, I'm just going to go ahead and crouch down. Too much further than that will pull the attention of this guy that's in front of me. And right as I make my way up to the top of this little berm, I'm just going to go ahead and take this shot. And then I just need to move and get in position for the guy who's going to walk out of this, this destroyed building or whatever. Everything that you're going to see here with all of the enemies on this outside area is very, very scripted, highly repeatable, very consistent, etc. So for this next enemy, it's very important that I kind of line myself up on this tree to break line of sight from him until he turns to the left. Once he physically moves to the left, then I'm able to move forward and take the shot safely. So after I take out this enemy in front of me, I'm going to go and I'm going to break this generator, and I'm only going to use this generator for one kill. And the reason that I'm doing it is to guarantee that I can get ahead of the window of opportunity that I have here. Because right now I have enemies to my left that I have to get ahead of, and I've got enemies in the area where I'm going to be moving to take this shot that I need to get ahead of. So the generator is just going to ensure that I'm able to get this shot done and I don't have to wait for environmental noise. Because if I did, I wouldn't actually be able to get this opportunity. So right after I take that shot, I have to move up and take this guy out and then get into position here before the enemy right in front of me starts to walk forward. So that's the window of opportunity there, is I've got to get in front of him being able to walk forward and see me do all of that stuff. So once this enemy sees the dead body to the left, all I need to do is wait for him to basically pass in front of me, and then I'm just going to wrap around and take him out. Immediately after that, I'll be able to turn and go melee kill the last guy that's in this area. At least on the ground floor, anyway. So with that enemy dead, I'm going to move over to where I sniped the enemy off the generator noise.
Wait, I can mask my
And I'm going to pick up his rocket launcher. As far as I know, there's only 2 rocket launchers in the game. It's this one and then one like kind of towards the other side of the map. But what I'm going to use this for is I'm going to use it to blow up one of the optional objectives that doesn't have anything that I can shoot to accomplish the same effect. So as I move back to this open area, I need to crouch because in that window across the way, if I just get bad RNG where the enemy that paths through there turns and looks at me, he would be able to see me in this area. These bodies, I'm moving these bodies back behind here to line of sight them from the enemy that's going to spawn in after I take out the first artillery piece. So now that I've got everything prepped in this area, I can move forward and get ready to take that artillery piece out. So the environmental noise from them firing the anti-aircraft gun is actually pretty random. Sometimes you'll get multiples back to back. Sometimes you'll have this really long dead lull and wait time before one happens. So it's always kind of up in the air, but essentially I'm just waiting for that to happen before I take my shot. All right, so the good thing is that that killed one of the enemies that I have to loot for a weapon part. And just to make it quick, I just pick them up and throw them. There's no enemy out there that can see me because I've killed them all, except for the ones on the very, very far side of the wall. But I just like to pick that guy up and throw him. It makes it a little bit quicker. And then I just need to go up here to open up the sniper nest, and then I can move forward. Now, something I will say here is the direction that I'm looking, you'll see there's an open area that I could run towards, right? If you go too far forward on that side, you'll hit a trigger that spawns in a sniper. And then that sniper would basically be able to see you as you're going through this whole area that I've already cleared out, to include me going up into the tower and actually being up at the tower. So if somebody's coming along following my pathing, make sure that you do exactly what I do here so that you don't hit that trigger. Because if that guy comes in, he overcomplicates all of it. So the enemy that I mentioned earlier, the reason why I was hiding the dead bodies, he's basically spawned and walked into the area behind this wall to the left. So I'm just waiting for him to walk back out so I can take my shot. And this is the reason why I need to move those bodies, because as he's walking this direction, he would see those bodies. Not that it would really matter if he sees those bodies, because he would still path the same way. It just would take longer because he stops and talks and blah, blah, blah. So it's easier just to hide the bodies. So what I'm doing now is I'm waiting for the enemy that paths to path to that window that's just at the right side of your screen. Once he passes to the window, he'll actually turn very briefly and look my direction and then start heading the other way. So right here, as soon as he turns and looks to the left, that's my go, or that's my cue to go and move forward. And so now what I need to position myself on is this wall that's kind of vertical from I guess my perspective towards where the enemies are. And just being right here in this spot will keep that enemy that's pathing, that looks through the window, from seeing me, as well as the other enemies. And so what's going to become a running theme in this level and the levels after this, for the most part, is that now a lot of the areas that I go into are kind of just wait games. It's really just wait for the right timing, just wait for the right enemy pathing, just wait for that enemy to move over to that spot, even if it takes 45 seconds. So that's going to be a recurring theme. So what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for both of the enemies that are off to my left pathing to move back together. Because once they move back together, I'll be able to take all three of them out very, very quickly. So I just need to wait for the window guy to come back forward, which he should show up in just a second. And so my cue to go is as soon as this guy turns around, he'll move, he'll stop, he'll turn, and when he turns back the other way, that's when I go. So I'm going to take out the guy on the far end, the one close to me, and then wrap around and take out this third guy. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and break this generator. This is going to be the noise that's going to muffle my shot on the first of the two snipers in this area. That guy that you just saw path right in front of me, him and another enemy that's going to path in the direction of where the sniper is, will both disappear as soon as I walk into this room to complete this part of the objective. Now, the guy closest to me doesn't necessarily disappear. He actually relocates, and I'm going to go kill him after I kill this sniper. But I want to get this sniper off the board first to make this area much, much safer. So I'm just waiting for the generator at this point. He's up on this back wall to the right corner of it. All right, so with him taken out, I can go ahead and pick up the collectibles I need, get the ammo I need, and then I'm going to move to take out that enemy that I told you repositioned off of that cutscene that happened earlier. All right, so with that guy dead, I can move back over to this side, and now I basically have to play another waiting game for some enemies to path in the right orientation. So what I'm looking for is basically dead center of the screen in that gap between the big wall on the left and the kind of half-broken building on the right. There's going to be an enemy that's going to path out, stop, and then when he U-turns and starts to walk away, that's my cue to go ahead and move forward. And then I can start the cadence of killing the enemies in the way that I need to do that. Okay, so now that he's turned, that's my cue to go forward. Now, there is a bit of RNG here. There's an enemy that paths to my left up and down the wall and down the stairs. If he happened to be at the bottom of the stairs at the time I kill this guy, he would go to investigate, but I would hear that audible, like, you know, him being alerted that, oh, somebody died in front of me, which would be my cue to just hold my position. And as he walked out, I would just shoot him in the head. Since he's pathed, I could see his head walking to the end of his pathing up here. I'm just going to use the stairs to line of sight him and wait. This is something you're going to see again in the next level. To great effect, where I take advantage of the enemies not being able to see downstairs very well in this game. So it's a really, really good tactic to get enemies basically right in front of you, dead, without them ever being able to really see you. So now that that guy's dead, I'm going to wait for the last guy in this area who paths on the far back wall all the way around to this vantage point to get to the end of this area, and then he'll see this body. Once he sees this body, he'll move over to investigate. As he comes to investigate, I'll rinse and repeat what I've done here off the stairs and just shoot him. So with that guy taken out, I still need to be quiet here because right over the other side of this wall, there are enemies at a checkpoint patrolling around. So essentially I can't get up and start running until I jump this gap. Once I jump this gap, it's fairly safe to do so. And so now my next objective is to take out the 4 enemies that are down in this like archaeological dig site area or whatever to my left. I actually need to go break the generator. I forgot to do that. I think right there was where I realized it. And the reason I'm crouching is because there are 2 enemies towards the middle to back side of this area that patrol, and their vision is very finicky. Like, it's very easy for them to see you even when you're crouched sometimes. I've even had them see me when I'm like up against a wall, like, you know, crouched down behind a wall. They just magically see me. So what I'm doing here is the most consistent way to do this, but it's not 100% guaranteed, simply because they can be a little buggy and because these enemies are never guaranteed to be in this orientation. I think if I remember correctly, this is one of 3 orientations that they can be in. And sometimes they can bug where there will be doubles. Like the guy on the very, very far back, I've had it where there was 2 guys literally walking in the same body. It was so hard to see it unless you were really paying attention. But anyways, this guy dead center on my screen, or slightly dead center on my screen. I'm going to wait until he turns around. Once he pivots, I'm going to take the shot. I just need to make sure that the guy beyond him that's going into the tunnel is looking away from this area. Because if I try to peek out when I go to take that shot, and he's looking my direction, he will see me. And then as you saw, once I took that guy out, I took the one out to the left. So now my objective is really just to see if this guy coming out of the tunnel is going to see his body. It's kind of a coin toss, 50-50 chance. So I just want to wait until he fully comes out, and if he turns around and doesn't see that body, I'm good. If he sees it, then I have to do something different. And what that would be, so this time he doesn't see it. If he did see the body, he would just walk there to investigate. When he gets close, you just shoot him with the well rod. Because he didn't see it, I'm going to move back around, and now I'm going to utilize the generator to take out the remaining 2 guys here. Basically off of the wall that's right in front of me. Alright, so with those enemies taken out, I can now free flow into this area and do what I need to do. Basically, it's pick up some collectibles, grab some ammo, and then I'm going to move over into the next section and take out the 4 enemies that are over there. It's really important for this level to eliminate all of the enemies in this level. Except, I guess, for the enemies that are outside that wall that I mentioned earlier. And the reason for that is because the final objective here, and optional objective, I'm basically going to have to walk after a guy, and this guy can go in 3 different ways to 3 different locations, and it's pure RNG what he does. So this whole area needs to be cleared out. That way I don't have to worry about any enemies, no matter which scenario ends up happening. So there are 2 enemies right here that are going to path back and forth and kind of cross each other. I just want to see one on the left go to the right, and then I want to see the one on the right emerge to the left. Once I see that, I know that they've both crossed each other and that it's safe for me to then execute both of them. So at this point, I'm going to move up to this little corner cover, and now I need to see what scenario I have here. So those 2 enemies will always be the same. This enemy that I'm looking for can vary between one of 2 different scenarios. So I just need to see which scenario I've got. He'll either be far or he'll be close, but he'll always path from left to right here. So this time I've got the one that's far. I just need him to walk to where he's going to position, and then I'll move forward and take him out. Now at this point, there's 1 enemy left. He's going to be on the far side, and he kind of paths like towards you and away from you. So I just need to see him come up, and once he gets into the position that I need him into, which is basically to stop, turn around, then I can go ahead and take him out. So right there. Perfect. So now that the area is clear, I'm going to move back to the other side. I still don't want to get up and run here because there are 2 enemies, technically 4, that are in the area beyond where I just killed that guy. But once I'm back in this tunnel area, I'm free to get up and move. So now I'm going to move back over, take care of the collectible and the optional objective here if it happens to be here. So the way that this optional objective works with looking into the munitions depot or whatever is that it can be in one of the 3 places that you have to search. So even though it's not here this time, it could be here. So I have to physically search all of them. The good thing is that the pathing through this level takes you through all of them anyways. So you don't really have to go out of your way to find them. So what I'm going to do now is prepare to clear the next area. What I need to do is I need to see if that enemy there in the courtyard is walking toward me or away from me. If he's walking away, then I can move up here quickly and get into position as long as he is still looking away from me. Now, as he moves to the end of his route there, there's going to be a guy off to his right that's going to pop out of the building. You can't see it because it's off camera right now, but there he is right there. And so as soon as that guy turns around and this guy's already walking back towards where I came from, I can take him out. Immediately after I take that guy out, I have to move up to where that second guy came out and get in position to basically shoot him as he turns to come out towards this courtyard. Now, the way that I position to take this shot is a very, very tight window of opportunity. Basically, what I'm doing is, if you can imagine, he's walking in an L. So he's going to move from left to right, and then he's going to pivot towards me. I need to shoot him before that pivot, because once he pivots, he will see me, and if I miss that first shot, he's basically going to go into alert. So I have to hit him there very, very quickly. That's a very, very difficult, precise shot to take. But now that he's taken out, what I want to do is I want to move around the left side here where all the junk is at. And I want to move up basically to where the sandbags are. Now that sound right there is basically a sniper starting to spot you. There's a very, very small little slit where if that sniper, the last sniper that's in this level, if he happens to be looking just at the perfect time there, he can see you. So if that happens, I just turn around and move back like you saw. And then I have to wait for this enemy that paths in this L shape to basically move away from me so I can get into this position. That sniper seeing you as you make your way across there, though, is very, very small. Percent chance, anyway. I would say like 1 in 10 times I do this, that guy, sees me, if it's even 1 in 10. So So as soon as the guy on the far side turns around, I move forward to take this guy out. Then I'm going to move into the area behind this guy and set up on the window and basically just wait for this guy to path back. And when he paths back and then turns around again, I'll take him out from the window. So with him dead, now I just need to move to take out this artillery piece, and then everything in this area will be cleared out. Okay, so I'm now going to go get in position for the next area, but first I need to go ahead and prep for the tank that comes in. So it's very important that when I put down these traps that I do it in front of these columns that are here. If you put them too far into that towards the door, the tank actually won't trigger them. So it's very, very important to place those in the right spot. So I'm going to cover down on this wall, and again, similar to a lot of the other areas, I'm basically waiting for a very specific thing to happen with all 4 of these soldiers and the way that they path. So essentially what I'm looking for is there's going to be a soldier that's going to move towards, so if you look at the open area that I have there, there's a building or wall or whatever on the right side of the screen, and there's a bush kind of sticking out the side of that, right? There's going to be a soldier that's going to walk up towards that bush and then immediately walk across the road from right to left. And so when he does that, that's my go. That's what I'm looking for to then move forward and do the stuff that I have to do. And given the way that these guys are pathing right now, it's going to take about a minute or so. All right, so that's my cue. And so now I'm going to let him basically get halfway across the road, move forward, and then I need to take this shot and duck into this area on the left. So what I'm waiting for is this guy that's closest to me is going to move up basically towards where that bush is. He'll turn and then he'll see the body. He'll come to investigate. I'll move out and I'll take the shot.
Jemand hat die getötet!
So with that guy taken out, my next objective is to get onto the roof to eliminate the last sniper here. I'm going to do that via this tower. So I want to just stop right here on the stairs and just confirm that he's facing not where he was right there. He was facing away from me at that point when I started moving forward. And then just happened to turn. If he turns like that, you have to engage him immediately because he will start to spot you and then he could potentially alert the guys on the ground. Anyways, with him taking out, loot his body for the weapon part. And then I'm going to move up to here to do the long shot. Now, this long shot is a pain in the butt. And the reason for that is because it seems like the vast majority of the time, when the environmental noise comes through, right as it comes through, the wind starts to change. So you're trying to hit this shot from very, very far away with a wind that's constantly changing. So imagine you have like a line drawn to the target and there's an arc, right? Because of bullet drop and the wind and all that stuff. And it starts moving right as you need to take the shot. So it's a very, very difficult shot. The other thing I'll note here is you can hear the sound there, right? The way that you know when the correct environmental noise is about to happen is you'll see the shadow of the plane go across where the target is. So keep your eye right there in the center of the screen, and when you see the shadow of the plane, that's when the environmental noise is actually coming. So as I move down into this building, this is where the second area is to investigate for the artillery, munitions, whatever. They would be off there to the right. I've looked over there. I see that they're not there. So I know that they're in the final place. But I have to come in here to get this anyways. So naturally, I would discover it. Even if it was here, I would discover it. So I'm going to break this generator, and then I'm going to head back up to where the sniper was and basically take his spot to eliminate the last two enemies that are in this this courtyard or this area in front of the building. So the strategy for taking these guys out is really just waiting until they're both out in the open and then killing the one that's like obviously not going to be seen by the other one. Hopefully that makes sense. But they can path in various ways. There's various scenarios of how they path here and when things happen. This is consistent, but it's never like consistent where like they always get shot in the same spot. So again, they're both out in the open. I'm going to take out the guy in the back. And then even if this guy turns around and sees that guy, I just have to wait for the generator, and then I'm going to take the shot anyways. So that shot, for whatever reason, hit the ledge, or got eaten by the ledge that I'm kind of resting my my rifle on. So I had to like wiggle the camera a little bit, move a little bit, and then was able to overcome that bug. But anyways, with those enemies dead, now I'm going to move off into the very final section. There's only one section left that has enemies in it. It's got 3 enemies and then the enemies on top of the artillery piece. So this next section is pretty simple, pretty easy, very, very consistent. Because there's going to be a trigger that happens, I don't know exactly where, I'm assuming right around where these enemies are, or even this doorway that I go through. But there's a trigger here that starts all of the enemies in this area on their path. And so because of that, everything here always happens in the same way every single time I come through it. So I'll always be able to shoot this guy. I'll have enough time to go up here, get the final sniper nest, and then go back down and float into the area to then engage on the enemies that are in the final area, because their pathing doesn't start until I hit another trigger that's further into that area. So you'll see there kind of in the middle of the screen, there's an enemy pathing, was from right to left, coming out of those rocks, basically. That should happen every single time. I basically just want to stop here and wait until he starts to move, and then I kind of match his movement. Now, I will say there's a kind of a rare bug that'll happen in his pathing where he'll get stuck on the artillery piece. If I was to come in and I didn't see him path across that vantage point, then basically I know that he's stuck on the artillery piece, and then I don't have to do what I'm doing here. I'd be able to basically skip this and go into killing the next enemy, and just the way that that strategy works. So if anybody's copying this and they don't see that, that's where that guy is. He's glitched and stuck on the artillery piece. So I want to make sure that I kill that guy when he's that far down. If you kill him too far up to the left, there is a chance that one of the guys on the artillery piece sees him, which is very, very bad. Because when that happens, it can break the artillery piece such that they no longer ever shoot again. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to take out this enemy just with melee. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the right side of this platform, and I'm going to finally use the rocket launcher that I've been carrying basically this entire time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until I hear wait until I've got the environmental cover. And then I'm going to shoot that little thing that's sticking out of the back of where the guy's sitting at. That will allow me to kill all three of these enemies at the same time. In the event that that enemy earlier that I talked about that gets glitched on this was glitched on it, he would also get killed on top of this too. So this strategy works for both scenarios. Anyways, with those enemies dead, all of the optional objectives are complete minus the ammunition one. And there's no more enemies here, so I can run around. What I need to do now is I need to prep the area for the tail that I'm going to have to do on the enemy later. That I mentioned much, much earlier. That there were multiple scenarios that you would have to deal with, which is why I was killing everyone. Well, because he can go multiple directions, I have to make sure that he never comes across a body. So I need to not only know all of those scenarios, but I need to make sure that there's no bodies along the route that he takes for each of those scenarios. And so what happens is if he discovers a body, he will basically kind of roam around, you know, investigating the area. And then instead of going to where he should go, he'll default and go back to where he started on the bridge. If that happens, you cannot complete the optional objective. The optional objective is that you have to make his death look like an accident. He has to go and end at one of those three locations for those three scenarios. And if he sees a body, he will never do that. So that's why I'm prepping the area. I'm not going to prep the other side of the map because it's been long enough that the bodies have despawned. And I just know that from trial and error practice and all the stuff that I've done working on this level. So I only need to prep this side of it. But in case somebody's watching this in the future and they're not following my route and my strategy, if you're trying to complete that optional objective, make sure that none of the bodies are anywhere where he's going to walk and see it. So I'm going to come in here. This is just to complete that optional objective because this was the only other place that the ammunition could be at. Going to go ahead and rearm, and now I'm ready to go ahead and head up and continue with the level and spawn this this final section of enemies in. All right, so as soon as I come out of the cutscene here, I want to make sure that I crouch, otherwise they will see you. And then I want to get to the very edge here and go into my binoculars. Now, I'm not going to be able to tag this guy. In any other difficulty, you can hold down the binoculars, as I understand, to physically tag enemies. You can't do that on Authentic. So the only way that you can get this section of the game to actually say, he marked the enemy, go ahead and continue, is to basically zoom all the way in on the enemy that has his hand wrapped up with bandages. That's the one that we need to tag. So you'll zoom all the way in on him and then just sit there and wait. And the game will auto-complete it for you because you can't tag on Authentic. If you fail to do this, you will fail the mission, which by my rules, that means that my run is dead and I have to restart from the beginning of the game. So now that I've got him tagged, you'll see that the primary objective has been pushed forward. And so now I just need to wait for these guys to leave. This is the point where he can go in one of 3 different ways. And really, from my understanding and my time with the game, it seems like that is dictated by where he spawns in. So when I got the cutscene, I came out of the cutscene, you know, the 3 guys walk in. He can walk in from any of those positions. He happened to walk in from the far back left. Generally, that means he is going to move to where I kill, like the building, basically where I killed that second sniper. Unfortunately, that's the worst place that you could have him go. That's the hardest place to get the optional objective done. The other 2 areas are much better and much easier. Ideally, you would want the one where he's right beside where the tank comes in. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to show you guys what those other 2 strategies look like because I'm not doing this run again. So just know that what you're seeing here, for anyone that comes along in the future that may be trying to do this themselves or trying to do this no damage run themselves, what you're about to see is the hardest of the 3 scenarios. The other 2 are much easier. So just to give you a rundown, if he was to head to the right from the bridge, he would be going towards the vehicle that has explosives in it. And you would just cover down on the generator that I broke earlier to clear out that archaeological dig site area. You would cover down on that. You would shoot the barrel when you got the environmental noise. And then you would shoot the guy with the environmental noise that comes in to investigate. For the second one, where he goes towards where the tank comes in, which is the ideal spot, he'll still walk this way, but he'll do it in a different manner. He'll pick up the book kind of over to my right, where I am right now, over to the right. And then he'll walk all the way up to where that is. You'll go to where I got the diary, where I climbed the ladder in the middle of that area over there. You'll go to the wall that's right there. You'll go up the steps. There'll be a wall right before you turn left to go up that ladder. You'll just stop on that wall. He'll stop. You'll shoot the explosives that'll blow him up. From that same wall, you'll shoot that guy that comes in to investigate. So for anybody in the future trying to do that, that's a quick rundown without me giving you visuals to see it. But that's a quick explanation of how you would handle those other 2 scenarios. For this scenario, you have to get all the way over to this left side before he stops and turns around. If you fail to do that, you would have to run all the way clockwise around the map to get back over to this spot, because there's no way to path over in front that he doesn't see you. Anyways, once he's in position, basically you just want to look through this broken crack in the railing, and you want to find the explosive and just shoot that, and that'll take care of it. You'll then want to wait for the guy to run in to investigate, and then I can just shoot this guy once he stops moving and I get the good shot to take. All right, so with that, there's only 2 enemies left. They're both down in the dig site. Because he took this route, I don't have to worry about them at all. If he takes this route, or he takes the one where he goes by the tank, then I can basically just ignore them. If he takes the one where he goes around towards the truck with the explosives, then I do have to kill the guy that's closest to him in the dig site, because when the explosion happens, then that guy would also come to investigate, which I wouldn't want. So anyways, as I loot the body, no matter which scenario takes place, once you loot the body, that pushes the tank into the area. The tank should auto-explode, as you saw there, since I prepped the area properly. Now all I need to do is run to basically where the tank was. As this happens, I want to make sure that I've already got the rocket launcher out, because when I come out of this cutscene, there are going to be 2 snipers off to my right. I'm just going to wait until the noise tells me that they're done seeing me. Then I'm going to peek up from this position, shoot the first of 2. I'm going to go ahead and reload and then shoot the wall above the second one. The second one actually can't see me, but because of the explosion there, I can see him, and that's how I can kill him. And that's it for the level. Now going into the next level, I haven't really spoken on loadout much because pretty much it doesn't matter up until this point. Going into level 6, you have to have 2 landmines and you have to have 2 of the S mines. So level 6 is pretty unique in that in this entire level, there is not a single well rod bullet. And what I mean by that is there are no well rod magazines in this level for you to loot out of an ammo crate or off of some random desk somewhere. They don't exist. I don't know if that was an oversight on the developer's part or if that was intentional, but this level is very, very, very buggy. And the best way to reduce the bugs that can happen when you're trying to be stealthed is to eliminate a lot of the enemies on the map. And so to do that, that requires a lot of well rod shots, which I'm not going to have because they don't exist in the level. So what you're going to see is me looting a lot of bodies, way more so than I've done on pretty much any level prior to this, simply to try to stay ahead of the curve on the well rod ammo, and also to pick up things like, hopefully, like landmines, S-mines, things that I'm going to be using later to make this level much easier that I wouldn't be able to get otherwise. So what I'm doing here is pretty scripted. The next enemy that I'm going to kill can either be where he is now, or he could be like right in front of this building as I'm killing the one that I just killed behind me. So this guy will vary a little bit, but the general strategy for this is always the same and very consistent. Not sure why that shot missed. That happens sometimes. No regs can be a little bit of an annoyance in this game. Not as much as the previous game, but in this game, they happen every now and then. So once I get all of these guys dead that I've taken out, I want to run behind this building. That's because I've got a sniper that's up in this tower across the road that I need to take out. Now, because of the way that I do this level, I know that every time I get here, shortly after I get into position, the environmental noise will come across and I'll be in a good spot to take this shot. So I shouldn't have to wait for too long. Okay, so with that guy taken out, I can now move to the next objective, which is the first of 2 artillery positions. One of the big annoyances on this level, especially early on, is that there's a vehicle that's going to roam around. The trigger for that vehicle is actually the road right after the building that I was behind to shoot the sniper. And so once I cross that, there's going to be a vehicle that starts moving from basically the headquarters where you kind of spend a good deal of your time with the primary objectives. It starts over there and then starts to move clockwise around the map. But if it sees me, I'm kind of screwed. So I want to get this vehicle off the map as quickly as possible. So I'm going to move down here because it doesn't come down this far. And I'm going to do a couple of things here, and then I'm going to take that vehicle out. So the first thing I'm going to do after taking out the artillery position is I'm going to lay a mine right here. So what's going to happen when I destroy the vehicle that's roaming around is that it's going to call in or spawn in a vehicle with a bunch of enemies on it, basically a transport truck with a bunch of troops on it. That mine that I placed in the road is going to take care of that. I want to move quickly down to this building where this is the tower that the sniper was in. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to grab this landmine out of this crate. That is one of 2 landmines that is in the entire map. So that's one of the reasons why earlier on I said for the loadout, I wanted to make sure that I brought extra landmines and extra S-mines. So I see the vehicle through the doorway. I'm going to go ahead and move up. And this is kind of just playing a range game You want to be far enough away from this thing that it can't spot you, because even though there's no enemy looking behind it, it will magically know where you are if you kind of poke out and you're within its sphere of influence. So once I know that I'm safe to move forward, I'm going to run up to the road. And if you look at the road, you can see the deviation of the tire track or whatever, like the tread where it starts to swerve. So right before that swerve happens, I'm going to lay a mine right on that spot. Now I'm going to move back and up the tower towards the position that the sniper was in. I want to do this quick enough that I get up the ladder before the vehicle comes back around, because the vehicle can spot you while you're going up this ladder. So as soon as I'm up to the top, I want to go ahead and duck down. I'm going to take cover here, and I'm just going to wait for the vehicle to hit the landmine. Once that happens, then I can go ahead and I can loot the body to hopefully pick up another landmine, and then grab the sniper nest, and then head back down. And about the time that I head back down, that's where the troop transport vehicle should explode. And you should be able to see that vehicle once I turn the camera and start to go down the ladder. So you'll see it right there. You can see it for a split second before it hit the landmine. All right, so now all I'm going to do is I'm going to head across, and I want to get the playing cards that are in the building in front of me. There's a war diary I need to get, and then along the way, I'm going to loot all of those bodies of the enemies that I killed in this area earlier that I didn't have the time to loot. And the reason I didn't have time to loot them was because of that trigger that pulls the vehicle in. So that kind of dictates the urgency of how fast I need to move through this area the first time. But what I'm looking for here is, again, a landmine. I need one more for the optimal situation, which I just got that one off that body. So that's perfect. That's what I want. The other thing is I want well rod ammo, which I also got lucky and got. Getting well rod ammo can be a pain in the ass on this level. Getting a mine can be next to impossible on this level. So getting both of those this early was actually really, really good RNG. But what I'm going to do with this extra landmine that I got was I'm going to put it right in between these two walls where the break is. And what's going to happen is when I go to take the long shot, when I interact with the sniper nest, it's going to call a vehicle in that has two guys in it. They'll run over that landmine and die. If for whatever reason I couldn't get a landmine early on, then I would have to go down there and manually kill them. Both of them can be killed via melee to conserve well rod ammo, but it just makes it a lot harder, a lot more riskier. It takes longer. It's easier just to put a mine and not have to worry about it. So because I got that mine, that's going to make this a lot safer. So moving up here, as soon as I climb up, I'm basically just going to stop. And what I'm looking for now is an enemy to walk basically right to me. Once he walks to me, he'll stop, he'll turn around. When he turns around, I'm going to move forward and engage him. There's going to be an enemy off in the tunnel to the left, and I won't know where that enemy is along its patrol path. Most of the time, it's staring right at the guy that I kill, and then other times it's not. You're going to see what's, what the strategy is when he sees me kill the guy. Essentially, it's just stand there and wait and shoot that guy when he comes out of the tunnel. If I eliminate this guy and I don't hear the audible of the other enemy speaking about it, then I can kind of move in towards that tunnel, and I can position kind of close to the entrance and then take that guy out. So right there was the audio, so I know that this guy is close. I know he's looking in this direction. So all I'm going to do is just be patient, sit here and wait. He'll walk out, and then I'll take him out. So I will say that it's quite odd it's taking this guy this long. I think he actually went into cover. Usually it doesn't take that long. Usually it's like 4 seconds, 5 seconds. So he probably went into cover and then I had to wait for him to recover from that alert and then move out. But anyways, all the enemies up on this top area are now dead, but I still can't get up and run freely because there are 3 enemies under me. One of which I'm going to kill once I finish all the stuff I have to do up here. So there's not a whole lot I can do out on this terrace here, so I'm just coming out to get the war diary and then I'm going to the long shot position. Now, I will say that this long shot can be quite challenging, simply because the shot is a little hard to take. Not as hard as some of the other stuff I've already done, but it is a little difficult because the wind, similar to the last level, can change ever so slightly right as you're going to take the shot. But it's also kind of like the position of this guy, and it's a lot of factors, but I find this shot can be a little difficult. But I should be getting the environmental sound coming through in a second. And you want to take the shot here on the environmental sound. So that big explosion over there to my right, that was the vehicle hitting the landmine that I had put over there. But you want to really take that long shot with the environmental noise because you don't want the enemies under you to be alerted. Essentially, this level, because of how buggy all the enemies are with like seeing you through walls and stuff, you really want to do everything under the cover of silence. So I highly, highly suggest with that long shot, specifically that long shot, you do it under the environmental noise cover. Anyways, now that that's done, I'm going to move back out in the direction that I came into this area. And there's a number of things I can do at this point. What I like to do most of the time, it kind of depends on, you know, if I have that landmine for that vehicle or not. But because I had the landmine for the vehicle, what I like to do now is move in the direction I'm facing, which will be to my left as I come out of the stairs. And to go ahead and prep this whole area. This is one of 2 buggy sections in the game. And in fact, on this specific run, I have a really, really tense situation in a moment that's going to occur later where the game bugged. I freaked out, and thank God I was able to recover from it. But this area over here, and then in one of the other areas that we'll go to, and I'll mention it when we get there. But these are the 2 buggiest areas. So there are specific enemies that I like to clear out just to make it a little bit safer and hopefully give me a better probability of not getting any of the bugs. So for this enemy here, I just need him to turn around. As soon as he turns around, I'm going to pop him. And then I'm going to go in and loot his body. Again, this is just to see what I can get off of it. At a minimum, I'm hoping for well rod ammo. If I get anything more than that, landmine, S-mine, trip mine, whatever, that's all great. So once that guy is taken out, what I want to do now is move over to this wall. There's an enemy off to about my 10 o'clock position. I want to bait him in. It could be a little finicky trying to get this guy to come in. He's kind of on the backside of his pathing, which usually doesn't work. But I basically want to pull him to right in front of me. So at this point, he's too far away now. So I'm just going to have to wait until he paths back around. But I want to pull this guy here and I want to take him out because the enemies that are prone to bugging are the next ones I'm going to take out after this guy. And the only reason, the absolute only reason I am taking them out is because they bug so often that it's just safer to go over there and take them out. And I believe on this run, it took forever for me to get the right RNG to happen to actually safely take them out. All right, so he walks to his spot. As long as he's close enough to me, then I'm able to take the shot. And that takes care of him. So as I move into position over here by this shrub or whatever, you'll see there's kind of like a tall rock face and then like a short one, about half the size. So this short one, I want to stop right where they kind of meet. Any further out than this, and you get these two enemies prone to bugging where they'll just see you for no reason. But what you're going to see here is I've got to sit here and wait. And again, if I remember correctly, I had to wait like 2 full patrol routes on these guys or something like that. I had to wait quite a while, if memory serves correctly. But again, it's worth it because these are the buggiest enemies on the entire map. At least in this area right here. All right, so this guy's finally in a position where I'm able to do what I need to do. So all I'm going to do is wait for him to move basically right in front of this rock, and I'm just going to shoot him right over it. Now, the reason why I waited so long for this scenario to play out is because if I take the shot on that guy while the second guy can see it, he will auto-alert basically everyone in this area. Which is, again, another reason why I need to take these two guys out, is because if they happen to bug and just randomly see me across the map, they will alert everybody. So all I'm going to do here is just wait for this guy to come and investigate. He'll move into the same position. I'll use the same technique and strategy to eliminate him as well. All right, so with both of these guys eliminated, that's a huge weight off my shoulders for the run, for the level. Unfortunately, they're not the only enemies that can bug, which you'll see soon. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and loot their bodies. That's just to make sure, or sorry, not to make sure, but that's just to hopefully get some well rod ammo. And then what I did there covering down on the side was to make sure that that guy that was patrolling in the road wasn't able to see me. So what I'm doing now is I need to move to this orange house, hut, whatever, that you see behind this destroyed vehicle. But the enemy that patrols around this thing is very buggy. So the way that it works is essentially, even if I'm inside the building, if I'm ever in front of him, so imagine the building wasn't there. If I ever end up in front of him, he can just magically see you through walls. It's not a 100% guarantee, but I'd say it's probably about a 60% guarantee that it'll happen. So the way that I like to approach this is basically to move once he turns around, because once he turns around, the time it takes me to get up here and the time it takes him to move in the opposite direction on his route will always put him just barely in front of me, so that I'll have time to get these cards and I won't be in front of him and then potentially get the bug where he just sees me through a wall and alerts everybody in the area. Anyways, now that I've got the cards, I'm going to move back to the destroyed vehicle. I'm going to set up on basically the back wheel here. Or I guess that would be the front wheel relative to the vehicle itself. But I'm going to set up and just wait for the environmental noise, and then I'll take the shot on the red barrel, and that'll take care of the optional objective to take out both of those artillery encampments. So now what I need to do is I need to move basically to the other side of the map, and I need to start prepping everything for that side. So this side is pretty much done. If I was to open the map and draw a diagonal line from the top left of the map down to the bottom right, I believe that's the orientation, then basically I've taken care of all of one side. Now I need to go take care of the other side. So the reason why I'm in this ditch and I'm being quiet is because those enemies that are inside that I mentioned earlier, I was like, hey, I still can't run around up here even though I kill everybody because there are 3 enemies below me, right? Well, I took one of them out in the hallway, so now there are 2 down there. Those 2 enemies are the ones that are going to bug on me later and magically see me through a wall across the map, where they absolutely should not be able to see me. And so when I was walking by, they were making a bunch of chatter, and I was like, oh, that's very weird, that's strange, because I had never heard that before. That was the first time that's ever happened. So I just assumed that they were probably going to bug, so I dropped down into that ditch to give myself some more cover. Anyways, what I just did there was to prep for the tank that's going to spawn into the area. And now I'm going to move to the other side of the map to deal with a lot of the prep stuff that I need to do over here for what's going to happen after I complete the main objective. All right, so once I get that war diary, I'm going to go into the roof of this building, and I'm going to put an S-mine down a little bit back from the wall, but basically dead center of it. What this is going to do is at the very, very, very end of this level, once I complete the second to last objective, the last objective is to basically leave, it's going to spawn in a bunch of snipers. That S-mine is meant to kill the sniper that's going to be on this building, because this is the way I'm going to path back. For these trip mines, you'll notice that I'm placing them diagonally, and I'm checking as I'm walking away from it that it's set diagonally. You want to place these mines diagonally, especially this one here, because there are going to be 2 enemies that are going to pass through this trip mine that I'm putting down. And if it's diagonal, it will kill both of them. If it's straight across, it will not. And that's because of the orientation of the way the enemies come in. So if you can imagine 2 enemies side by side, the one on the right will get a little bit ahead of the one on the left. creating the need for that diagonal line in the way that I put it so that they both get blown up by the trip mine. If you do it straight across, then basically the guy in the front will trip it and die, and the one behind him will not. So what I'm doing now is I'm moving into position to take out the guy that I was hiding from earlier after I killed the 2 glitchy troops. I'm just going to wait for him to come back. Once he gets far enough back, almost to where he'll come from the grass or the shrubs into the road. Once he gets to about right there, he'll U-turn. When he turns around, I'll walk up, and then once I get close enough, I'll take him out. So I want to make sure that I approach him kind of on the left side, like against this rock wall, because of the enemies that are at the main objective. I don't want to get too close to them because then they'll have the ability to see me. So with that enemy dead, now what I need to do is I need to go back and I need to grab a war diary. I'm going to grab the last landmine on this level, and I'm going to use that and the dynamite to prep another spawn wave that'll happen with vehicles. So the way that I do this is I'm going to put my last landmine, then I'm going to put 2 dynamites spaced a little bit apart, and on top of the second dynamite, I'm going to put an S-mine. Now what this S-mine is going to do is this S-mine is going to disable, not destroy, but disable the drive capability of the first vehicle, which will then cause the second vehicle to push into it and basically shove it along into the landmine, such that when it shoves it into the landmine will explode the vehicle, that vehicle will explode the dynamite will then explode the second vehicle, and both of those vehicles will instantly be destroyed at that point, and then I never have to deal with any of those soldiers from that spawn wave. If you don't do that, you're going to have to deal with a truckload of soldiers and one of those vehicles that was driving around patrolling the map at the very beginning of this level. So what I'm doing right now, it's very hard to see, but right beside the star icon was an enemy. I need to know where that enemy is because the one that's in the middle doorway only ever goes forward and back. He'll walk out of that doorway, then come back, walk out of it, come back. The one that was beside the star that I was looking for, he comes out of the right side doorway, and then he'll pass all the way around to the left side doorway. I need to know where that enemy is before I can make my way onto these stairs. Now, similar to the last level, where I was telling you guys about the stair technique, I'm going to use that technique again here. So what would normally happen is that I would wait for the guy that patrols the far left and the far right to walk out. I would shoot him, and then I would wait for the guy in the middle to come out, and I would shoot him. What happened here, though, is that somebody inside of here saw him die, which should not be possible. Again, it's the game being buggy and them being able to just see stuff happen through walls. It shouldn't happen. The guy that walks the middle, he never has line of sight on the angle that I just shot until he fully walks out and then turns around. Once he turns around, he would be able to see the guy that I killed, but I would kill him prior to that. The other 2 enemies that are inside the building should never be moving. One of them should be on the map that's on the right side by the right doorway. He should just be looking at that map all the time and never move. And then the second of those 2 should be on the radio. He's basically standing at a table, writing some stuff down or doing something with the radio that's right there and never moves. So this enemy that's at the stairs and the one that I killed are the only ones that ever move. So again, for whatever reason, They were able to see through walls or whatever. And what's going to happen now is that the two enemies inside that shouldn't be moving are now going to be moving. And this happens very often. So I developed a strategy to deal with it. And that's what you're going to see here. So once I kill the second guy, I'm going to move to the side of the stairs here. And I'm just going to wait for whichever soldier out of the two sees him and starts walking forward. So I double check that they're actually not in their default spots, which they're not. I see that this guy's walking forward, so I move back into my position. And I'm just going to wait for this guy to walk down the stairs. As he walks down the stairs, I'm just going to shoot him.
Wenn hier ist, finden wir ihn.
All right, so there's only one enemy left now. So what I need to do is I need to determine where his location is. And then I just need to wait to see if he comes out to investigate. Because again, sometimes they'll bug and they'll just randomly see the body of the guy that I killed that's at the bottom of the stairs that they shouldn't be able to see. Once I'm confident that that's not happening, then what I'm going to do, so I can see this guy at the very, very top of the screen. I can see that he walked over and stopped. That means that he's in a patrol route. He's searching, but he's not seeing the dead body. So all I need to do now is just follow in behind him and then take him out. Now, it would normally be like if this didn't happen and bug, the guy that was at the radio would be the guy that had the weapon part. Because I don't know which one it was, like it was the guy that I just looted, but you're not really going to know which one's which if they're not following the default strategy here. So, I mean, I loot everybody anyways, just try to get well rod ammo and stuff, but if this happens, you're going to have to loot all the bodies until you find the one that has the weapons part so that you can get that. So before I continue the mission and actually interact with that document to push the objective forward, I need to go over here and get the sniper nest. The reason I didn't get this earlier when I was over here doing everything was because of that guy that was patrolling the road. It's a lot safer to get this after you kill him and after you clear this area. All right, so everything that I need to do on the entire map now is done except for the story beats. So that's what I've got to do now. All right, so what should happen here is right after this, I'm going to run down. I'm going to head off to about my 2 o'clock position. And the wall that I ducked down behind and threw the rock to pull the guy over and kill him, I'm going to run a trip mine from that wall to the one that is perpendicular to it. Now, when you do this, you should not be able to be seen. However, the two enemies through the walls, the various walls, mind you, just saw me. And that freaked me the hell out because I was like, oh my god, it's bugging and I don't know what's bugging. So I just took off running. But it made, like, after I got the run, I went back and I looked at it and I reviewed this video. I realized that it was those two enemies because they were speaking earlier, which was odd. And they were speaking from that direction when I was putting the trip mine down. So it was 100% those enemies. The enemies that you might be hearing now are the ones that are at the objective. Those are in alert status because these across the map went into alert status. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out which enemies bugged. Was it the ones inside or was it the ones over by the objective? Again, the Hayete, after I got the run done and I was reviewing the video, I was like, okay, yeah, it's the guys in there. But at the time I was doing this level, I had no clue who it was. So I identify, you can see him there. He just ran out into the field. So I was like, okay. They clearly, it was the two guys that were inside of the tunnel. And they bugged because they're able to see me through a wall. In fact, if anybody watching this that doesn't believe that they bugged and saw me through the wall, play this level and go kill those two enemies and look in the direction of where I was and see if you can see out, because you can't. So it 100% bugged on me. Anyways, what I'm doing is I'm trying to see what he's going to do and if he's going to walk off and leave. And if I remember correctly, I just got too nervous and I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to go do the other stuff first, and then I'll put the I'll put the trip mine up later. If I remember correctly, that's what I did here. But what's interesting is the enemies at the objective over here. So earlier I made a statement where I said, you know, oh, these enemies are one of two groups that are very, very, very buggy. The enemies over here at this objective are the second group of enemies that are very buggy. They don't necessarily see you through walls, but they will just randomly go into alert when they have no reason to. And that could be, I think my theory is that it's based off of the trip mines that I put up there to kill the enemies spawning in. But it doesn't always happen. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So the best way to deal with this when they've bugged like this, or they've gone into alert status because now they're walking much faster than they normally would, is that I now need to single these enemies out one at a time and pull them into me in a way slightly different than I would do in my normal strategy. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see my normal strategy because all this went to shit, but you'll be able to see the strategy for when everything goes to shit. So I'm going to throw a rock here to pull this enemy down. There's nothing special here. I just pull him down, shoot him. And then every other enemy I'm actually going to kill in the tunnel access from the road behind me to the road that was right there in front of me. So as I climb up this corner right here before it breaks around to the left, I'm going to stop short of that and I'm going to throw a rock. This will bring one enemy in, and then I'll take him out once he clears the hallway or whatever that he came in. Now it's very important when I'm doing this strategy that I know how many enemies are here. When I was taking out the enemy before I came in here, I was looking down the road and taking note of how many enemies were patrolling around so that I knew how many I needed to deal with here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab his body and I'm going to walk him back and throw him over the ledge behind me. And it's very important that when I pick up his body that I walk and that I don't jog, because that makes noise. And I don't want to pull an enemy into the area before I'm ready for it. Okay, so now I'm just going to rinse and repeat the same strategy. Now this can be a little iffy because I don't know exactly where the enemies are relative to this area. So I'm just going to throw a couple of rocks and see if I can bait anyone in. If I can't, that means that I now have to move up to the next position and continue the strategy from there. So before I fully walk out and commit to this doorway, I just want to note if there is anyone pathing in front of the doorway. There's the enemy I saw earlier when I was looking down the road. I want to make sure he's looking away, and then I'll move across. So now that I'm in this position, I'm going to throw a rock into this hallway and bait one of these guys into this area and then do the same thing. All right, so with that guy dead, again, taking note of how many enemies were out there, I know which ones I have left, basically the objective and then the one that was patrolling there that I saw from the doorway. So now I can kind of go and do my normal strat, which is to approach from up the road. I'll take out the one guy, which is our objective, and then I'll move through the buildings into a position to where as the final guy patrols down, I can just come up behind him and take him out. So as I approach the crossroads, I should get pulled into the cutscene. Coming out of the cutscene, I'm going to get the tank that spawns in. That should hit the trap that I put earlier. Right after the tank gets destroyed, I'll get the two vehicles coming in at the section earlier where I set up the landmine, dynamite, S-mine trap. That should get blown up here in a second. There it is. And now the last thing that I want to do is I want to go reattempt putting down this tripwire mine. If I remember correctly, I approached this very slowly. So the reason that I'm putting this mine out is because once I go and interact with the safe and I open it, and then I head out of that headquarters area, a bunch of snipers are going to get spawned into the map. And it's a lot. Something on the order of like 8 to 10, something like that. One of the snipers is going to lay down in the shrubs, grass, whatever, by these two walls. And so putting that trip mine right across it kills him so that I can immediately leave the headquarters area without having to worry about a sniper. Now, if I wanted to play this super safe, I could have just not put this down and I could have sniped him from the headquarters area, but it just takes forever waiting for that environmental noise, because you absolutely have to have the environmental noise to take out the snipers. So what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for all of the enemies forward of me down there by the orange building to be in an area where they can't see me. Because I'm not sure, at the time I was doing this, I wasn't sure if it was them that bugged or the guys inside that bugged on me. So I was playing this very, very careful. Normally I would put this thing down and, you know, earlier I would have put it down much earlier, gone and done everything we did, and then I would have just come down this road and wouldn't have had to deviate. I would have just gone straight to the headquarters after the tank and the ambush enemies came in. So everything you're seeing here is just me being super, super, super cautious and like praying that nothing bugs as I'm going over this empty space where there's no cover and nowhere for me to hide. Now you will see that when I approach the steps, I'm actually going to turn the camera around and look at the cliff up there. It is common for there to be a soldier looking here. And that's because the noise from the ambush vehicles that came in attract their attention and pull them out of their default spots. So that's completely normal. Okay, so right after the safe, I'm going to approach the center doorway from the right-hand side. Just so that when the sniper spawns in, he doesn't see me. And then I'm going to turn the camera and I should see that he's dead. There's the explosion dust, smoke, whatever. So now all I need to do is just go down the steps. And I want to make sure that I'm crouched down the steps because the enemy that's up there on the cliff could still see me. Once I'm down here, what I need to do is I need to make sure that the enemies that are up there that go down to investigate the loud noise of the vehicles exploding have left the area. At this point, because so many things went wrong, the timing on all of this is off. They've already come down here, investigated, and left. I like at the time I wasn't thinking that, so I think I wait here for about a minute or something. I think I actually looked over at the at OBS when I was recording, and I looked at the timestamp, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait another minute or a minute and a half, and then I'm gonna go. And that was what I used to gauge the amount of time. But they're already gone. In a normal run where things don't bug in this instance, by the time I get down to this rock, maybe 10-15 seconds after I get to the rock, I would see them start to leave the area, and they would just walk across the road and then up the hill back to their default spots, and then that's when I would be able to move forward. So I heard the whistling there. I know that whistling means that they're no longer looking. They're just patrolling at this point. He's just patrolling back up to his default spot. So I know he's already up there. But because so many things went crazy, like they usually do on this level, I'm just taking it very slow and cautious. And once I cross this road and I'm able to look up that way and see visibly that there's no one there, then I can stand up and run. So you can see the black smoke explosion, whatever that's on the building there. That's how I know that the sniper that spawns in there is dead from the S-mine I put much earlier in the level. And now all I'm going to do is just follow this around using basically the rock wall on the left as my guide, and it's just going to lead me straight down to the objective. And following this route, you'll avoid every single sniper that's left that's spawned into the level.
So Valen's mission...
All right, on to mission 7. So as soon as I start in on mission 7, you're going to see that I'm going to stand up, start moving, and when I get past basically where these wooden planks are on the ground, I'm going to start sprinting. I need to get ahead of a patrol that's directly to my right on the other side of this rock face. So as I go up this hill, I want to make sure I crouch, because if I don't, then I'm going to pull their attention. And I'm just going to follow this around clockwise and take out all 3 of these guys. Now, it's very important that I do this quickly, because after I kill these 3 enemies, I want to move into the hangar on the left. And if I do this the right way, then all of the enemies will always be in the same location every single attempt. So there are going to be 2 enemies in this hangar. As I come in through the door, I'm just going to corner cover here. I want to make sure that my timing is good. It is. I'm actually ahead of time here because he hasn't stopped yet. So as soon as I see him stop, I can take him out. And then I'm just going to move all the way in and around the obstructions here to take out the second guy. And once I take this guy out, then I can get up and run around. Now, unlike the last level, this level is like the complete opposite when it comes to well rod ammo. I just have like infinite well rod ammo, basically, so at least I don't have to worry about that. So as I come out of the door, you're going to see this little shrub of grass or whatever. I'm going to run to it, and I'm going to start the trap on that, and then pull it as far over as I can. It has to be placed in this specific way to kill the 3 enemy patrol that I'll talk about in a few minutes. So once that's done, I'm going to come and just stop right here. There are 3 enemies that are on the runway side of this building, and they're going to be pathing down here. So I'm going to wait for the first one to kind of walk out into the open so I can take him out. And then the second one will see his body come to investigate, and then I'll take him out as well. So once he's down, I'm going to immediately turn around. I'm going to make my way into the hangar. Now, right as I pass the door threshold, that's going to spawn the enemies inside the hangar. There are going to be 3 enemies that are always going to spawn in these positions. And as long as I'm fast enough, they will always be in these positions and they will not move. If I take too long, this guy at the end here can turn around and start to path down towards me, which would be bad. So I have to make sure that I take these enemies out with haste and get through this as quickly as possible. Now, once he's down, I'm going to move to this door just until I see the audio dialogue come up at the bottom. That's to trigger the enemies that are over by the bunker entrance to do their dialogue, so then he'll start to patrol. I need him patrolling before I make it up that way. That way the timing of everything works out well. I'm going to break this generator. I'm going to use this for one of the snipers in a little bit. But first, I need to take care of the enemies that are patrolling. So there's going to be a group of 3 enemies that are going to be patrolling down this left side of the hangar. So I just corner peek there to see if they're in front of me or if I'm in front of them. So I know that it's taken me long enough that if I look out that door, they're already past me if I don't see them. So I'm just going to come here and look for them. So there they are. And if I place the mine correctly, and they'll trip it and all three will die, just like that. So as soon as that happens, I need to turn back around and I need to go corner peek this door again, because there should be one more guy that's way, way, way in the back of them that'll be patrolling up that I need to take out. So there he is right there, really, really far behind those three. And this guy's interesting because he actually, his default location is up on the ridge, kind of behind him. And you have to walk down the hangar far enough and then walk back up the hangar from the direction you came to trigger him to move. If you don't do that, then he just stands there forever and there's no real good way to kill him unless you go out this doorway and you snipe him. But once you go out this doorway, that's also the other trigger that starts him moving towards you. So once he's line of sighted from me and he can't see me swing this corner, I'm just going to move up to this position. And then once he gets perpendicular to me, I'll step out and I'll kill him. Perfect. So now I'm going to go back. I'm going to pull out my sniper rifle and I'm going to kill the sniper that's up on this ledge. Now, if I hit this guy right, it should only take one shot. If I miss it, he'll generally run. Unfortunately, he ran anyways, but that's what we have a rocket launcher for. So I'm going to line up the bottom of the cross on this rocket launcher right where that slope kind of goes down into a diagonal. And as soon as I get the environmental noise, I'll kill him. I'm going to zoom back in just to see if I can see his body. I saw his body flop over, so I know that I got him. Got a bit of frame drops there. That's actually really rare. Usually I get frame drops in the game, like I see it, but in the recording, it never shows up. So that's really rare that it actually shows up in the recording. So I'm going to move up just into this like kind of V divot down here. What I'm looking for is I'm trying to line myself up so that when I turn the corner, just at the very edge of this like greenish grayish crate, I can, I barely can't see the sandbags that are over on the other side. As long as I am basically where I'm just barely beyond able to see those sandbags, I know I'm in the perfect spot for the enemies that are going to patrol around. So there are going to be two enemies that you'll see shortly that'll patrol up, and then they're going to move over to the right. And once they move to the right, then I'll swing around behind them and then take them out. The thing that I have to consider here is dead center of my screen, there is an officer that's kind of sleeping or something. And there's a guy up there that patrols. You'll actually see him shortly. He'll walk up right at the very top middle of the screen and stand there for a second. And then he'll go back. And so he's coming up right now, actually. He just stopped. So I need that guy to have recently, within a few seconds, turned around and walked away. If he hasn't done that, I cannot rotate on these guys because as I would go to rotate, I could potentially get him to spot me. So what I would have to do in that instance is I would have to wait until he comes again and then turns around, and then I could enter into the trench here and follow it all the way around to take these guys out. Luckily, that doesn't happen often. The vast majority of the time, what you just saw is what happens. The timing works out really well. So now what I want to do is I just want to sit here and wait for him to path back. Once he paths back, he talks, or well, I guess he doesn't talk, he just stands there, and then he turns around to restart his route. That's when I'm going to go up and take both of them out. Okay, so with them taken out, now I'm going to move over. I've got to go get some of the collectible cards, and then I'm going to come back and open up the bunkers, and I'm going to go clear out the bunker. Now, the reason I do this now is because there are several triggers around the map, and I was never able to really figure out where the triggers specifically were, but I know there are triggers that spawn the enemies in the bunker in and start their movement pattern. By doing this now, I never trigger any of those triggers until I decide to, which means that once I go into the bunker, all of the enemies will always be in the same place and will always behave mostly in the same way. So that's why I'm going to do it now.
To open these doors.
So the trigger here that's going to spawn everyone into these bunkers is going to be as soon as I turn this corner to the right, and you'll see that I'm going to crouch down right before I cross over it. So right when I crouch down and moved over, that's when the trigger happens. All of these guys spawn in, and now they're all going to be in a very predictable path because I know what that path is. So I can just go and take them out very, very easily. I highly suggest you do this method if you are trying to clear this out without taking damage, because it just makes this bunker a lot easier. So as I get to the basically where they're going to start verbalizing, I'm going to crouch down and I want to pop this thing as soon as I come out of cover. Now there's a couple of scenarios that can happen here. Either just the one guy that's in this area will walk over, or two guys will walk over. For whatever reason in this run, all three, there's only 3 enemies left in the bunker and all 3 of them come over here. I have never had that happen before. So this was a little bit of improv, I guess, in dealing with these guys. I've had one a lot. I've had where 2 of them are here many more times. That's the majority of my attempts and what happens. Never had 3. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. If I remember correctly, they kind of come down, they investigate, and then they give up and they go back, which that is the strategy. If there's only one guy, you'll just take him out, and then you'll flow down. I won't be able to show you this, but you'll flow down the corridor on the right side, and you'll kind of take it around counterclockwise, and you'll stop on a barrel. And that barrel is where the last 2 guys will walk up, and they'll turn around right before they get to it. And you would just wait for both of them to walk up, turn around, and then you would just pop them both in the back. Because they're both here, though, it was actually kind of nice. I kind of wish this happened more often. It's a lot easier than going over there and waiting for it. All right, so now everyone in the bunker is dead, and I can get up and I can run around. It's just I have to be very careful about where I do it because of the enemies above that can hear me. So this whole side that I'm running down right now is basically under the 2 hangars that I've already cleared out. So I'm okay to run around all on this side with no issue. Once I get halfway down this next hallway, basically once I get to right about here-ish, just to be safe, I crouch down. Really, it's basically the end of these barrels and supplies or whatever. This big stack on the left, that's like, if I ran past this point, I would aggro everybody in. So that barrel right there that I just came around, that was the one I was talking about earlier. If everything worked out with that first scenario, you would just sit there and wait for the other 2 to come over and turn around and then kill them.
Thank you. I thought we...
All right, so I've taken care of the optional objective here. There is 1 war diary, and then the actual objective left down here in the bunker. I am not going to get those now. I'm going to hold off on these. And I'll explain the reason for that later, but the TLDR is it makes everything else above ground easier by not doing this right now. All right, so I need to make my way over now to the control tower to complete that optional objective and clear out that area. Just like the last level, there's going to be a vehicle that's going to be roaming around the airfield. Luckily for me, it's much easier to avoid in this level than the last level. So I'm going to crouch down specifically because I don't know where the vehicle is right now. And then once I hit the pavement here, I'm going to go ahead and go prone and crawl forward. This is so that I can get as close to the tower as possible without pulling the attention of the two enemies patrolling it, and so I don't have to worry about the vehicle that's patrolling seeing me. Now, what I'm looking for right now is there's two hangars right in front of me. I'm looking to see if I can scout out the enemy composition for the hangars. There are always going to be 4 enemies that are going to patrol around these hangars. However, the game will randomly put them in various locations. And unfortunately, there's no good way to strategize around it. It's really taking your time, being very slow, being very cautious, which you're going to see, and a bunch of crap goes wrong and things that I've never seen before, so that's going to be fun to commentate on. But anyways, that's what I'm doing right now. So I see the one guy, you can see he's pathing right in front of the building, and I saw another guy go into the alley between the two buildings. So I was like, okay, I know for a fact there are 2 of them. This is their orientation, but the other 2 were unknown at the time. So what I'm waiting for at the control tower is I'm waiting for both of these enemies to path together and then turn around. So they're about to do that now. So the one that is on the right is now heading the direction I want him to go. The one that's walking to the left, I need him to turn around like he is right now. And now I can move forward. But I need to do this in such a way that I time it right against the vehicle. So I've got to wait for the vehicle to kind of go by. And now I can get up and start to crouch forward, and I'll be able to take these 2 out without being at risk of being spotted. Okay, so with those guys eliminated, I just need to now go up into the tower and eliminate that officer to complete the optional objective. So while I'm doing this, I want to talk a little bit more about this hangar situation, because this is really the only thing in the entire run that there's just not a good strategy for because of the way it's designed. So you get many scenarios here. The best scenario is when all of the enemies are patrolling on the outer border, I guess, of these hangars, because then you can kind of stay on the outside edge, like on the perimeter, and you can throw rocks in from various places. One of the places I like to use is these 2 tents. In some situations, when they're behaving and you get a good scenario, you'll be able to throw rocks. Like one guy will walk down kind of on the right side of this building. You'll throw a rock, pull him in, kill him. The guy you saw earlier that was pathing in the front of the building, same thing. You throw a rock, pull him in, kill him. And then there's usually one that will patrol and he'll stop right in between, like against the road and in between the 2 hangars. So if you drew a line from between the 2 hangars to the left side of the map where it intersects the road, that's where he would stand at. And he stands there for quite a long time. And then he'll patrol clockwise around the back hangar, not this hangar that's right in front of me. So that's a couple of the variations. Some of the other variations is they'll go in and out of the hangar buildings. The problem is that you'll never know when this happens. Like, you never know what you're going to get, because on Authentic, you can't see them. You know, on any other difficulty, you get the mini-map. And in that case, it would be very simple and very easy. Let me call out that I placed that mine right on top of that patchy grass, bush, whatever that is. That's where you want to place the mine always. Always put it there for this strategy. It is the most consistent way to kill him, the vehicle. And the other reason I put it here is because I like to use it as a tool to draw hopefully draw some of the enemies out from the hangar. So again, there's 4 enemies that are going to be patrolling around. Random orientation, you never know where they are or what they're doing. Blowing up this vehicle here creates that loud boom, right? Which draws the attention. And more often than not, you'll get one guy at a minimum that'll come out to investigate. If I remember correctly here, I don't get a single one. I don't get a single person. But that's what I was doing earlier when I was waiting for the vehicle to come up and I was peeking the left side of the tent. I was looking to see if that guy was patrolling back around. And so what I'm doing now is I'm going to set up on this barrel where I can see both the left edge and the right side of this first hangar to see if anyone is going to respond to that explosion. Now, again, you just have to kind of use your experience with the game to know whether it's been long enough for them to respond or not. So I usually give it 30 seconds or so, and then I'm like, okay, that explosion wasn't within the range of any of these guys patrolling. And so now I'm worried. And I'm going to go ahead and, break the suspense and tell you guys the problem here. This was the worst I have ever had these 4 enemies on this level. Because what happened was, for some reason, and I don't know why, every single one of them got stuck patrolling inside the second hangar. Why is that a problem? Well, because inside that second hangar, there's also a guaranteed enemy that will patrol the right side of the inside hangar. And there can be 1, 2, or 3 enemies at the back left side of the hangar that patrol around it in a square. It's like this little mechanic area, and they walk around it clockwise in a square. Okay? So not only do I have unknown number of enemies in the back left, and then I have 1 enemy that I have to deal with that patrols around, but then I have all 4 of them inside of the damn hangar. And I had no clue that that happened. So what you're going to see here is a lot of me like going in and then going out, going in and going out, because I'm trying to figure out where they are without getting too close, that if one happens to pop around a corner, I don't immediately get spotted and have no way to respond or react to it. And that's the issue with this area. And that's why there's no good strategy for it. Is because if you're walking up on a corner that you know that they patrol near, it could, like, you could run into just bad timing where right when you get to the edge of the corner, they get to the edge of the corner and then they're right on top of you. And if that happens, all you can do is just start shooting at them and pray that they die before they alert other people or before they're able to get a shot off on you. And that's what makes this super, super difficult. It would be information overload, and it'd be very difficult to describe how each one of the 4 is supposed to path or patrol around these hangars. Because some of them go, like, you could have the exact same enemy only stay on the outside of the hangar and patrol it. And then on a completely different run through this level, you could have that same enemy go on the outside of the hangar, but then cross in the middle of the hangar randomly. So there's a lot of variables here and a lot of variations to the way they patrol. And so what you're seeing is, because I don't see them, I'm checking everywhere. Because at this point, I'm assuming they've bugged. Because I know from experience it's been long enough that I should have seen someone by now. And I'm not seeing anybody. And I have had it in the past on previous attempts where, and even in practice, where someone will just, like, I know that there's 4, I've seen 4 of them, but one will just randomly despawn and disappear off the map. And I don't know why. So, yeah, I basically had no choice here. I was like, well, I've got to go in here, which is dangerous because there are guys that patrol right out here. And so I look in here and I'm like, where are they? I don't see anyone. I see one guy at the back right. That's the normal guy. And now I see all these people walking across the middle of the hangar. Do you see that? Like right beyond the plane? That is not normal. The only feet you should see is the guy that was standing at the right corner that's coming around on the right side right now. That's the only guy that I should see. He's the only one that paths across the hangar unless one of the enemies is pathing through the hangar. And so I see that they're pathing through the hangar. I see one guy's heading for the door in the back. So I'm like, okay, well, if he's going through the door in the back, maybe that's the guy that goes outside and goes around. But then he doesn't. He breaks to the left where those enemies are normally patrolling around in the square. So now I'm like, I don't understand. Where are the rest of the enemies? I see one guy here, which isn't uncommon for one of them to get stuck in the hangar. That happens fairly often. So I'm like, okay, this is a guy that is supposed to patrol out. And I know that. I just don't know whether this is the guy that patrols out the door I'm in front of or the door to the left. So I'm having to wait right now to see what he's going to do. So that enemy that just came into my POV from the right, that's the normal guy. This is the guy that normally will flow over to the generator that you see right there. And then he'll turn around, he'll go back. He does this big L, or like backwards L patrol path. So I saw that guy turn around at the door. So I know that he's the guy that's going to come out of this door. And so at this point, my working theory was that all the other enemies magically disappeared off the map. And that I was super lucky. And I was like, man, this is going to be an easy run. Because this is the hardest thing in the entire level. Is just getting through here. Once you get these 4 enemies dead, everything else is as simple as everything I've done so far up to this point. So I see this guy come out. I'm going to wrap the corner. I'm going to take him out. And so now I'm thinking, oh, okay, I'm still good. And this guy randomly comes around the corner. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where you can run into these situations where the timing is just bad. Now, luckily, I was within range to actually kill him. If you're too far away with the well rod, you can miss shots. Or you can hit somebody 3-4 times before they die, and they could potentially get a shot off on you. So in my mind at this point, I'm thinking, okay, wow, I was super lucky there. Let me go ahead and let's continue on as if everyone was dead. So normally what I would do is I would come in here, the guy that paths in the L shape, I would kill him once he gets over here. But I look back in and I see a guy randomly walking across the frickin' middle of the hangar. And then I see another guy in the back walking across the hangar. So I finally found the other 2 guys. They're in here. They're in here. And so now this is an issue because these guys are patrolling around the hangar, and the guy that does the L pattern that's going to come over to like where the generator is for me to kill him is going to get spotted. I'm going to kill that guy and he is going to get spotted. And the way that this game works is if you kill 2 people very, very close to each other and someone sees both of those bodies, they will go into alert. They will go and they'll run and they'll hide and they'll do all that stuff. So at this point, I don't have a choice. I have to, the whole reason why I have to clear these enemies out is so that I can get this, this generator. So I moved over to this side because I saw that that enemy was going for the door. And so I said, okay, this is a good opportunity now for me to get this guy. So this is number 3 that's coming out now. So I should just have one more guy in there that's going to be the issue. And so at this point, again, there's nothing I can do. I have to just hope for the best and take out this guy when he comes, the guy that goes on the L pattern. But as I get into position here, did you guys see the guy run across to take cover? So right now, I'm in alert. And the only thing that I can theorize is that the 4th guy that was all the way in the back when I rotated over to shoot that guy somehow sprinted across this hangar to go out there in the time it took me to shoot that guy and come back to this position. There he is. To see that and then call an alert status that these guys inside the hangar heard. Which is baffling to me, because I've never seen that happen before. Like, that guy moved so quickly across this area, it's unreal. Anyways, at this point, I think that this guy is going to go back out the door. Spoiler alert, he doesn't. He baited me. No one came out the door. So now I gotta go back. And I think at this point, I just said, screw it, whatever happens, happens. I was so over this nonsense. Like, this area sucks, like I said earlier. There's no real good strategy that's 100% to get through it. At least on Authentic. If you have the mini-map, you're good. But on Authentic, not so much. But at this point, I was just like, dude, this is taking forever. This is annoying as shit. I don't care anymore. So right now, I'm just looking for the guy that's going to be walking the L and waiting for him to get over here. And now, as you can see, basically everyone's disappeared. Except for the guys that are over there at the square. So now I'm really confused. I'm like, I don't understand. There were two guys in here walking around, and now there's nobody. What the hell is going on? So I'm looking down the corners to see if maybe they walked out. They've resumed normal type of patrolling. They haven't. So as you guys can see, clearly there's no one here, right? There's no one here. So what I decide to do is to move all the way down to the other door and look in from the other angle to see if I can see anyone standing at that back right corner. Because that's where the guy who patrols the L usually stands at. And so as I come up, I see that he's there, and then this guy randomly walks out. And now they're starting to patrol again. So it was like I had to move out of that location to trigger them. I don't know. I literally don't know at this point what the hell is going on. So I see the guy starts patrolling the L in the way that he normally would. So I rotate back around to hopefully catch him in the spot that I normally would kill him. Boom, finally we got the guy. So I peek in, and at this point I say, I don't see anybody, fuck it, I'm tired of waiting. I need to go break this generator so I can continue this level. Don't need to worry about any of these other enemies right now. So I break the generator, I come back out. Now this is where the strategy would normally resume, it just wouldn't take 20 minutes to get here. But there are two snipers. So I've got one in my sights here. And there can either be two on the ridge or one on the ridge and then one below on the ground level. So I only take these shots when I have the environmental cover of the generator. You'll see the environmental cover at the top of the screen, just like every other level. Okay? And what's going to happen here in a second is magically someone's going to hear me from inside of the hangar. And shit's going to get bad real fast. So I finally spot the second sniper. I killed the first one. So right there. I get the shot and boom, magically they hear me. And so now one of the guys, I believe this is guy number 4, the one I didn't kill, starts running at me. All I can do is sit here and pray to God I kill him. And my first shot misses. It goes like under his elbow or something. And at this point, I'm just like, screw it, dude. Like, whatever. Let's kill the sniper. I'm fully expecting the sniper to shoot me. I'm fully expecting the vehicle that's at my 2 o'clock sitting there to shoot me. One of the guys to come from the square at the back left of the hangar to come shoot me. And I'm just so over this at this point. I'm just like, whatever, dude. I don't even care. I'm just going to shoot this guy and be done with it. Okay, so that takes care of that guy. I peek back in here just to see if there's anyone still hiding around looking for me. And then I decide I'm just going to walk over and see if there's anyone left. I can see there's a guy right there behind the plane. So I just take cover where the wheel is line of sighting me from him. I see that he's pathing in a normal way. And so I'm like, okay, they're kind of back to normal now. So I'm just going to go on. So the guy that I killed, I believe is number 4. So I'm like, okay, there's nobody else that should be out here now. That guy should stay in that back corner of the hangar, which I'm going to kill him later. And now I can finally go on and do the strategies I created as normal. Again, 15 minutes or 20 minutes later, whatever the hell it is at this point. But yeah, I've never had it that bad, guys. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. In practice or in any actual run that I attempted prior to this one, if I ever had that be that bad. Anyways, let's move on from that because I'm getting annoyed just talking about all that crap. So this enemy that you see walking towards me over the sandbags, he's going to walk almost to where he would pop out right in front of me, and then he's going to turn around. So I'm just waiting for him to do that. And then I'm going to poke out and kill him. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take this position again. And if you look across to where the tents are, you'll see a guy pathing towards me. No, wait for him to turn around. Once he turns around, I'll go forward and take him out as well. All right, so I only have one more guy left, and since I don't know where he is, I know he's on the right side of this area, and he's either in the back right side or he's at the back of these tents. So since I don't know where he is, I'm just going to cover down here because I know eventually he's going to walk out right here in front of me, and then I can take him out. So with that guy taken out, the area is completely cleared. If I would have gotten the scenario where there was a sniper on the ridge and then a sniper on the ground, after I kill that guy, I basically go to the very back wall and follow that mountain face or whatever all the way around to the right. And if you do that, you'll just stumble upon the dude laying right there in the dirt, and you can just shoot him in the head. So for anyone in the future that might be trying to do this, if you do get that scenario, that's all you got to do. And he would be like right here where I'm running right now where my feet are. That's where he would be laying at. So I'm just running over here to get a little bit of ammo, but more importantly to get the collectible cards. And now I'm going to head back. And the reason why I have to take this path is to my left. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but to my left is another vehicle that's just parked there. And it's parked there. You could just see it just barely on the left edge of the screen there. It is an active enemy. It's not just a vehicle sitting there running. It is an active enemy that will shoot at you. I believe in testing, I tried to see if I could get it to move, and it never moves. So it just sits there. But you do want to be crouched whenever you're in line of sight of it. Otherwise, you will pull aggro and it'll shoot you. The other thing I found out, I actually failed a run. I can't remember however many runs ago it was, but I failed a run because some random shit happened over here, and I pulled out my sniper rifle to look down the scope, and I was in the middle of the street to see where the guy was that I was looking for, and I got shot at by it. So I think scoping in line of sight of it pulls its attention to you, so don't do that. The mine that I just put down is for the vehicles that I'll get at the very end of the level. The way those vehicles work is if you complete all of your optional objectives, you'll only get 2 vehicles. And those two vehicles will always path through where I'm going to lay down the traps. If you don't do all the optional objectives first, then what will happen is you'll get 5 vehicles that will come in, which obviously you don't want to deal with. Anyways, so I'm staying crouched here, not only to avoid the vehicle, but also to avoid however many enemies are still inside that second hangar at the back left. And I want to move into the position right here behind these sandbags. There are going to be 2 enemies that are going to path through this trench area. So I see one of them over here. And just from experience, I know that when this guy walks out, he's going to go down the left side towards where the vehicle is. So I'm just going to wait for him to do that, and then I'm going to kill him. Because I know that the second enemy will come from in front of me, before I take that shot, I'm going to go down the hill just a little bit, so that as I raise my weapon up to fire, if that guy was to pop out, he wouldn't be able to see my head over the sandbags. A very important small detail, but if I was to get bad timing here, it would definitely get the guy to see me. Okay, so now all I have to do is just wait for the second guy to come in. He'll either come in from way down there as far back as you can see, or he'll come in from the first left that you can see. Right here, basically where the camo netting is. Either way he comes, it doesn't matter. He's going to go down the same trench this guy just came from. And so once he goes down that trench, I'll wait for him to get down far enough and then I'll shoot him. Okay, so my next target now is the trench on the other side. So I'm going to drop down, I'm going to move forward, and I'm going to make sure that I have an S-mine equipped. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put an S-mine in a very specific spot, and I'm going to bait these enemies into killing themselves. So if you look right in front of me, there's this big patch of gray on the ground. I'm going to put this S-mine right in the middle of that. Now I'm going to back up, and I'm going to get a good enough distance from them that I feel safe, and I'm going to throw a rock to the direct right of where that S-mine is. What that's going to do is it's going to pull either both or one of them, I don't really care, over to it, and once it gets triggered, it will explode and kill both of them. The reason I do it this way is because if you trigger an explosion too far on the left side, there is a barrel there up on the top of the sandbags that will explode, and it will pull the enemies in the next area in to investigate, which I don't want.
I'll destroy the radios. Then they can't call for reinforcements.
All right, so this will be our third optional objective completed. There's only one left, which is the barrels back there. And I'm going to hold off on doing those right now because I want to clear this entire area out. And it'll be evident why soon. But it makes a lot of other things easier later. So unfortunately, I'm like, oh, maybe I can get this guy that's in front of me. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Once he gets beyond a certain distance, you can't safely go and take him out, because of the direction that all the other enemies over here look. And so unfortunately I have to play the waiting game, sit here, wait for him to walk all the way back around, and then I'll be able to sneak up on him once he turns to walk away and kill him. So as I'm approaching him, I notice that the guy on the right is walking out. And I need to get into cover behind this rock before he turns around. So that's why I'm moving here, because as this guy swings his vision around, I've never had him see me, but I just feel safer doing it that way. So I just always put myself into that rock cover once he turns around and walks away, and I move forward. And basically, I'm just going to set up here as he walks out. I'll take him out. Okay, I'm going to quickly move up to the crates that you see here. And it's very important. It's a minor detail, but it's very important that you don't aim while you're too close to them, because then you'll be pulled into the cover and it can make you miss your shot. So once he's taken out, there's a guy up here by the barrel that's up on the top. You can see his head there by the fire. I don't want to take him out yet. What I want to do is I want to look to see if there's an enemy patrolling on the ground or through the tower. There's always going to be one enemy in the tower. There's always going to be this enemy by the fire. And then there's a floating enemy. He can either always be in the tower. He can be down in front of the tower patrolling indefinitely. He could patrol from the tower up to the fence line where this guy is that I just killed and back. So I basically have to sit there and figure it out, right? What I determined was he wasn't in any of the other places, so he had to be up in the tower. So I killed the guy that was by the fire. And now I'm just going to wait for the environmental noise from the planes flying over to shoot a rocket into the tower and kill both of them that are up there. Okay, so that takes care of them. The only other thing I want to add about this section is the reason why I wait to kill the guy by the fire is because if you kill him while the enemy is patrolling and he's going up the stairs, or he's along the fence line, or he's over here by the sandbags and he happens to look that direction, then he can go into alert status immediately, which would be bad. So I hold off on killing that guy until I know for a fact that no one can witness it. So I'm going to put an S-mine here. This is for a sniper that's going to spawn in after the big sniper sequence where we have to protect the British vehicle that comes into the area. All right, so once I'm down here, I'm going to go ahead and I should be heading off to the left. I think I remember, maybe not. There we go. I want to go ahead and head down here to prep for the second vehicle. So I put a mine down in the road on the other side of this hangar. That was for one vehicle. And then I need to drop a mine and dynamite on this side. The mine and dynamite on this side is because this side doesn't have one of the vehicles. It has a tank. And so I need a little bit of extra firepower on this side. If you look on the ground, there's like these T-shaped markings. I'm going to place this where the T-shaped markings are in line with this plane, basically. And that'll guarantee that the tank hits it and gets destroyed. So now what I need to do is I need to kill the vehicle that's parked over here. But before I can do that, I need to eliminate the guys that are in that back left corner that are patrolling around that square inside the second hangar. So I'm going to come in from this back side and I'm going to use the corner cover to see how many there are. And again, there can be one, there could be two, there could be three. Because there's one, I can go ahead and just walk out and shoot him. If there was more than one, what I would do is I would go to the other door on the other side of the hangar. I would come in and I would wait for the cover of the environmental noise from the generator. And I would shoot a rocket over there and blow them up. So what I'm doing now is I'm heading back around because I need to go up and prep the final position, the sniper nest up here, for the big sniping sequence. And I want to do that before I actually get the objective to kick it off, because once I get the objective to kick it off and I run up here, then I automatically get pulled into a cutscene. I need to destroy the vehicle up here, and I'm going to do that from this ridge. Now, there is a very small chance, and that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking over to the tower to see if I see a guy investigating. I don't. There's a small chance that when I shoot off this rocket, that I could get detected if there's a guy over there. And as I shoot the rocket off, somebody hears it. That means that the guy is over there. I missed him somehow. I don't know where he was, but he was up there. So it takes 2 shots to kill the vehicle. I killed the vehicle. And then I'm just going to move down here. Now that I know he's coming up here, I've had this happen quite a few times before, so I know how to deal with it. I'm just going to place my last S-mine there. I'm going to run across the gap. He will come up to investigate. When he does, he'll hit the S-mine and he'll be taken out. Again, this is a very, very low likelihood of this occurring. But you have to know about it and know that it can occur. This guy comes from the trench. There are 2 enemies. Basically, if you're standing up in the tower and you're looking in the direction where the spotlight is shining, there's a trench there. There are 2 enemies that are in it. This is the guy that patrols closest to the tower in that trench. So now that this area is cleared out, I've opened up the sniper nest. I'm going to go ahead and rearm here. And now I'm going to head down and now complete all of the other things I need to do. The final optional objective and the long shot. Now, the reason why I did all this is because now there is no one around that can hear the explosions or hear the long shot. So I get to do them all basically without having to worry about anyone coming over and randomly seeing me. So it reduces the risk of me getting shot 100%. It pushes that risk to 0. And this long shot is the longest long shot in the game. I think it's something like 4,500 meters or 4,600 meters. It's over 4,000 meters. It is the longest shot in the game that you have to take. So being able to do it without having to wait for the environmental noise is nice. And obviously not getting discovered by anybody that could hear it. So the way this one can be a little finicky. The wind will always be non-existent. So all you have to do is you aim what I call 2 under 2. So 2 of the big ticks, and then under those 2 big ticks, the 2 little ticks. So 2 under 2. And if you aim it right there, generally you'll get it on the first or second try, but it can be a little finicky sometimes, or it doesn't like to work. Like I'm putting the reticle at the exact same spot. It can just be a little bit of a pain in the ass. So, but the good thing is I can take as many shots as I want because nobody can hear me and I don't have to rush or wait for any environmental noise. So at this point, everything is done. The only thing I have to do now is go back into the bunker, grab the map for the Ratte facility, and then grab the final war diary that's down there. And then I can go and move on to do the final sequence. All right, so now that I had everything prepped here, this is going to help a little bit. Because for whatever reason, when you come out of the cutscene with the vehicle, the game will wait a second and then it will auto teleport you back into this default spot. So I just stand here and wait. There's the teleport. And basically I want to crouch down right beside the ammunition crate. And then I'm just going to sit here and shoot everybody. You can be seen here. Like you can go into yellow status, you can go into red status. But nobody can actually engage you here. None of these enemies can actually shoot you. So the way that I do this, to give yourself the best chance of not having this vehicle blow up, is I kill the enemies on the side that the vehicle isn't coming down. So the vehicle just came down the right side, so now I'm going to go and shoot the guys on the right as it's shooting the guys on the left. So whichever direction the vehicle comes down, it will shoot, it'll mow down a bunch of the guys that are on that side. And my understanding of how this is coded is that you have to shoot a certain amount of enemies. It could be on a time limit, I'm not 100% sure. I believe it's bound to how many enemies you kill though. So I'm just shooting as many enemies as I can, so that's the thing shooting it. But I'm going to shoot as many enemies as I can, and then at some point, you'll hear dialogue basically saying right here that we've got to shoot the guys now with the rocket launchers. So I already know where those enemies are going to be at. So I definitely want to take care of the guy on the right. That'll be the left. That'll be the only one that's going to be there on the left. And now I just have to deal with all of the rest of them, which populate the right side. Okay, so I know just from experience, I've pretty much killed all of them. So this will be the last time the vehicle is going to be coming down. So that means I need to stop shooting. The vehicle will take care of killing everything else in the level. So right after I kill this guy, you'll start to see everything else just starting to die automatically. When that happens, I need to duck down back here so I'm not in line of sight of the sniper. That's going to spawn basically like if you drew a line at that back left of the hangar there, you'll see he just popped out. And so he's going to run all the way up to the tower where I put that S-mine, and he'll die there. And then I need to go up to that tower and loot his body because he has the second weapon part that I need to collect. So there we go. He's dead. Now there are going to be a bunch of enemies that are over in that area where we were shooting everybody. They're going to be looking towards the hangars though. The hangars the hangar that was causing me all the fucking issues earlier. So they're going to be looking away from me. But there are a lot of enemies over there. So I need to make sure that I'm not close enough to them to either be spotted or be heard as I'm running around. So that's why I just kind of stick to the fence line. Now the vehicles did spawn in. So the first vehicle just got destroyed. And now the tank is coming in. The tank will get destroyed about the time that I get up to the top here. Okay, so now the tank is destroyed. That primary objective is completed. All I have to do now is get to the extraction point, which is very simple to do. All I have to do is run past all of these oil drums and everything, and then pass this plane right into the center of it, and I'll get pulled into the cutscene, and that'll be the level complete.
This is it.
All right, so mission 8. So as I start the mission, there's obviously an enemy in front of me. I'm going to go over and melee this guy. To do this the right way, you have to be shoved over to the left. If you're a little bit too far to the right or even in the middle, then what will happen is he'll spot you and then you won't get the opportunity. Now I stay crouched here simply because one, it'll keep me from pulling the attention of the next enemy, but it also makes everything timed perfectly so that as I turn this corner, the enemy is getting ready to walk away. So once I take that enemy out, I want to make sure that I have the rock equipped. And I'm just going to flow down this way until I see the star pop up for the objective. And then I'll go crouched again so that I don't pull the attention of the enemies ahead. There are 3 enemies here, 2 up on the left by the table and 1 on the ledge here. I want to go down and take the guy on the ledge first. And then immediately after I take out this enemy, I'm going to shove myself into this railing. And I'm going to throw this rock up here, up on the hill where I came down. Now you don't want to throw it or arc it too high because it could potentially hit the pipe. But if you do it just right, what will happen is one enemy will walk over to investigate and the other one will wander. And the one that wanders is the one that walks slower. So I want to take out the one that's going to wander. And then I just want to move forward and take out the one that's investigating. Now everything that's about to happen in this next area will always happen the exact same way with the exact same timing as long as I do this strategy. So I'm going to hold right here on the wall because there's an enemy on the right side of the screen that's pathing to the left. I need to wait until that enemy gets about half the distance that he is now, and then I can move forward without having to worry about him seeing me. So I'm going to go down, I'm going to melee kill this enemy, and then I'm just going to wait for that enemy on the ground to turn around and start to pass back, and then I'll take him out from up here. So my next objective is I need to go down the stairs and get off this high ground, and off to my 2 o'clock there's an enemy at a table. That'll be the next enemy that I go and engage. So immediately after this, I'm going to head for this pallet of drywall or metal or whatever this is. And I'm going to hide on the back side of this. And from here, I'm going to kill the 2 enemies that are closest to me. You can kind of make them out right in the middle of the screen. So what I need to do is I kind of need to walk this, this rock in. And if I do it correctly, it will only pull 1 of the 2 enemies, which is ideal. So I'm turning the camera just to see if I got both enemies or 1. So in this case, I did it successfully. I got just the 1 enemy. And so what I need to do is I need to wait for this enemy to walk up and physically turn to the right. Once he turns and looks to the right on my screen, then I can throw a rock to pull him closer to me so that I can engage him. If I would like try to throw the rock now, then he would see me. Because as you go to throw a rock, you kind of sit up a little bit, and that's just enough for them to see over this cover that I'm at. So I have to throw that when they're physically looking in a different direction. All right, so I'm going to wait for the environmental noise to get done and rinse and repeat this. I'm going to have to throw this a lot further out, though, to pull the second enemy. Now, I am on a timetable here. I do have to do this fairly fast, and you'll see why in a moment. But this guy should flow out here pretty quick, and then I'll just wait for him to also physically turn in any other direction that's not my direction so that I can bait him closer and take him out too. All right, so I need to immediately move over, and the reason why I'm on a time table here is because there's going to be an enemy that's going to be patrolling up soon, and I need to cross over to this section before he has line of sight to see me. Trying to cross that gap back over to these machines when that guy's already pathing down and able to look down this way is almost impossible to cross over without him actually seeing you. Now, if for whatever reason it was taking too long, then I wouldn't be able to do the strategy that you're about to see. I'd have to wait for him to get onto the catwalk that's like basically right in front of you. And once he gets up there, he'll stop. I would use the environmental noise to snipe him from back in that cover where I killed the other two enemies at. But because everything worked out, the timing of this, I'm able to get in position so that I don't have to do that. I can do something that's much easier and much faster. So essentially, I'm just waiting for this enemy to get basically right at the stairs where he'll be looking to the left, and then I can poke out and take him out. So now I need to go back and then cross over. If I try to cross over right now, the next closest enemy to me will spot me out. So I need to go all the way back here. This is far enough back that I'm not in range for him to see me. And I need to get into the next position quickly as well because of the way that the timing works out. And so that position is going to be the next rock face here. But I want to get off of this catwalk and get over to the left just in case the timing gets messed up or I take too long. And the next enemy that I'm looking to engage is already walking by. Because if I am on that catwalk, when he starts to walk by, he will see me. So I was looking down my sights there just to make sure that the angle was right. That they will not be able to see me from their vantage point. And so I'm waiting for this enemy to walk up, and he'll get to his default spot and he'll turn around, and then shortly after he turns around, he'll walk off. So I'm going to take advantage of that default spot. Right when he turns around, I'm going to move up and take him out in that spot. So now I'm just going to back off and reset, and I'm going to wait for the officer that patrols this area to come up and see his body. And then as he goes to investigate, I'll move up and I'll take a shot on him as well. All right, so immediately after I take him out, there's going to be an enemy that walks in from the right side on that back catwalk. And I just need to wait for the audio cover to take him out. Perfect. And again, that's very consistent. That will always happen that exact same way as long as your timing on everything is on point. So I take that enemy out. There is a small chance that the two enemies in the back of the room can bug and see him. If that happens, you kind of have to back off and then deal with them one at a time. But the vast majority of the time, you'll shoot that enemy and nothing will happen. So I'll make my way this way and take this enemy out. And now there's only two enemies left. It's the two that are on the back wall. So I'm going to make my way around so that I can get in position to take these two out. I'm going to take out the one on the left. By doing that, the one on the right won't be aware. If you try to do it the other way, then you'll have to deal with shooting both of them, which makes it a little bit more risky. All right, so with that guy dead, I'm now clear to move around the area freely. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this war diary, if it'll let me. It's a little finicky. And I'm going to move up and grab the playing cards. And then I've got two enemies that I need to snipe from this area before I can move into the next one. I'm just crouching there just so I don't get spotted by the enemies that might be looking that direction. So really anywhere on this section is fine. You just want to be close to the machines here so that you get the environmental noise. And I'm going to snipe both of these enemies using that environmental cover. And then I'll go over into that section to get a bunch more collectibles. So as I make my way to the next area, I want to make sure that I'm running along the back side of this wall. The reason for that is it just helps me remember that once I get down here and get close to the stairs, that there is potentially going to be an enemy here. And if I'm too close to the right, that enemy has the potential to hear my noise and come to investigate, which I don't want. So as I make my way down, I'm going to stop right here on this cover. And this time around, that enemy is walking away from me. So I just need to wait for him to come back. He'll get to the end of his route, and then he'll stop. When he stops, basically I'm just going to aim. I'm going to stand up so that my shot doesn't get eaten by the cover, and then I'll take him out. All right, so with that enemy taken out, I want to make sure that I have my landmine equipped. I'm going to go down these stairs, and right when I get to the bottom of it, I'm going to kind of take my hands off the controls, and I'm going to let this guy zero out, and then I'm going to place the mine right where he stops. Right after that, I'm going to shoot this barrel for the objective. That's going to spawn 4 enemies in, but because I shot that barrel here, one of those 4 enemies is going to path over here and start searching. And inevitably, he's going to try to go up the ladder. That mine is going to take care of him. And so now I'm on my way to take care of the other 3 enemies that are going to go on this bridge and set up in default spots. So I don't want to move here until I confirm that all the enemies are not moving. That's how I know that they're defaulted in those spots. And now simply I'm just going to walk up and melee kill all 3 of them. So right after I take this enemy out, I want to cover down on this box, and I'm looking for the officer that patrols the catwalk towards that back. So once I see that he's looking away from me, then I can walk forward. And I'm waiting for the environmental cover, and I'm going to use the rocket launcher to take care of all of the enemies in that room. Now, unfortunately, it didn't kill the officer. The vast majority of the time that I take that shot, that officer will die alongside all of those enemies that's in that room. So at this point, what I need to do is just wait a little bit until I'm certain that that officer is no longer looking for me. Once I know that he's not looking for me anymore, then I can go ahead and continue deeper into the room. That officer, though, is the only enemy that has the potential to spot me as I walk out onto these stairs. So I have to make sure that that enemy is taken care of. So I'm just slowly edging out. I see that he's walking normal, which means he's no longer looking for me, and then he'll be my priority to take out first. Once he's taken out, I'm basically just going to kill all the enemies that are in this room using the environmental cover. Now, whether they spot me killing somebody or not won't matter because they will never be able to see me up on these stairs. So I accidentally get the bullet to pass through that enemy and hit the ammo crate. That's not part of the strategy. I just want to point that out. That was an accident, but I don't need that ammo box, but that's not part of the strategy. All right, so with that guy, I just have one more in the back. And because this area can be a little hard to tell if all of the enemies are dead, I just like to throw a rock, basically where I can't see on the back side of those white shelves. And if I don't get a response from an enemy, I know the area is clear and then I can move down into it. So what I need to do here is I need to look for the enemy that has the weapon part, because I don't want him to despawn, and all of the stuff that I have to do in a second is going to take quite a long time, especially if things go wrong. And again, I don't want that enemy to despawn because then I'll lose my opportunity to get that weapon part. So I'm running around trying to find the enemy that has it. TLDR, he's the guy that was up on the catwalk. So I realized that he's probably the guy up on the catwalk, and I now need to get in position for the next set of enemies. So right around the time that I pass this table, I'm going to hit a trigger, and that trigger is going to pull in 3 enemies. So I know that I need to hit that trigger, then turn around very, very quickly, because now I've started basically all the enemies for the rest of this upper level spawning in. So I'm going to hit this barrel. This is just one shot to take out those 3 enemies patrolling. And then I'm going to head to the catwalk. Now I know that the enemy that's up here is the one with the weapons part, which is fine. I'll loot that body after I clear the first wave and I feel that I'm safe enough to stand up and get that weapons part. But again, I want to do it in such a manner that I don't take too long and that the body then despawns, because then I would miss out on the weapons part. So the position that I need to get in is all the way in the back here. Basically right at the edge of the catwalk and the wall. And the environmental cover is right below me, so I'm going to only take my shots when I have that environmental cover. Now at this point I decide I'm safe enough, there's no one close enough to see me if I stand up or come up from being prone. So I go ahead and get the weapons part. So now I'm good on that. I don't need to rush anything, which is good because the game ends up bugging on me here. And I'll explain how that happens in a little bit. There are generally 6 enemies here, though. I killed 1. That was the second one. There should be 4 left. Unfortunately, right now, I'm just not getting good opportunities to hit these enemies, and there's not really anything I can do to control them. Just kind of gotta hope that they walk into good sight lines, basically. Alright, so I know at this point I have 2 enemies left. One that I know where they are, and then the other one I don't. So I'm just assuming that second one is on the right-hand side behind the rock face. Okay, so I know I only have 1 enemy left now. So I'm just gonna wait until that enemy goes out of like his search phase, and then hopefully that enemy will walk out into the open and I'll be able to take my shot. Now once I take this enemy out, there are 2 scenarios that can play out. Either I can get 3 more enemies that just kind of like spawn in and walk down you know, into this open area, or I can not get them. There really is no rhyme or reason that I could figure out as to why they spawn sometimes and not other times. Anyways, so this enemy that I missed the shot on, this is the enemy that I kind of alluded to earlier that's going to bug on me. So you'll see in a second, he's going to walk off to the left. I'm not going to have my opportunity to shoot him. And again, because this area can vary so much, and hey, some enemies spawn sometimes and not other times, I really don't want to take the risk of shooting loud. I really do want that environmental cover. So because I had to wait for that environmental cover, he walks off to the left, and now he's gone. I'm not going to know this for a little bit. I'm expecting this enemy to walk over there, do whatever, and then walk back out, but he never does. And so eventually I'm going to start to suspect that this enemy bugged and either despawned or something happened that got him stuck over there. At which case I'll move down to investigate. So again, anytime that I'm uncertain whether there is an enemy that's there or not, really the safe bet is just take a rock and throw it and see if I can get their attention. So that's what I'm trying to do here, but I realize that I'm way too far back. Like if that enemy was there, that rock might not have gone far enough to pull that enemy's attention. So at this point, I'm just surveying the area, and I decide to shoot the explosive because I'm thinking, well, if I shoot the explosive, he should go and investigate that. Let's see if that does it. And unfortunately, that doesn't do it, right? Because the enemy's bugged. Again, I just don't know it at the time. So when that doesn't work, again, I come to the conclusion this guy's probably bugged. So I'm gonna move back and go take care of some of the stuff I have to do, and then I'll come back and reassess and see if maybe he's walked out at that point. So I'm going to start like right under my normal position, and I'm just going to survey the area here, and then I'm going to slowly pie the area. So that just means I'm slowly going to move around the area, staying on the outside. Think of like a pie or a circle, and I'm just going around very slowly, degree by degree, and just looking at that corner where I last saw that enemy as my focal point. Or like the center of that circle. And then I'm just going to start moving all the way around it. And so what I'm doing now is I'm basically going to do what I would normally do if all the enemies were dead, which is to prep for the enemies that are going to spawn in right after I hit the trigger, which is right on this bridge. So I'm going to put this mine down right before this bridge. And then as I cross onto the green part of the bridge, that's the line that trips the trigger to spawn the next wave of enemies in, which will be 4 enemies. So at this point, I assume the guy's bugged. I go in, I hit the trigger, and now I'm just kind of back on strategy. I'm just doing everything that I would normally do. Keeping in the back of my mind that there might be a guy down there that hasn't been dealt with yet from the previous enemy set. So the strategy for these enemies is pretty simple. There are 2 scenarios that could take place here, none of which I get to control. But the scenario difference is either the enemies go into alert and start hiding and taking cover, or they don't. So I have no way to control that because I can't physically go into the area to hide bodies or do any of that because of that trigger that spawns them in on the bridge. And that's either bridge, by the way. It doesn't matter which bridge you go down, that trigger will trip and those enemies will come in. So really all I can do is just sit here and observe. So I got the better scenario of the 2, which is that they don't go into alert. They all just kind of walk down, which is good because they should all flow down the bridge that I triggered the enemies to come in on. And that mine will take care of 3 of them. Because of the way they spawn in, the first one comes in, and then staggered behind the first one will be 2 that are close together. And then staggered behind those 2 will be the final one. You can see them just off the side of my scope on the left. So what happened here was I thought that this guy in the back was my mystery enemy from earlier that disappeared. When in reality, this is the first of these 4 enemies. But at the time, that's not what I thought. I thought this was my bugged enemy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the environmental noise. I'm going to take the shot on this guy. And so now I'm like, okay, cool. That guy's dead. Now I only have to deal with these 4. And the strategy for dealing with them is basically let numbers 1, 2, and 3 walk all the way down and trigger the mine. And then shoot number 4 when I get the opportunity with the environmental noise. So what I'm worried about now is that right about now, number 1 should be getting ready to trigger the mine, and it's not happening. So I'm like, well, where is number 1? Because I've had the first enemy walk around the mine and glitch through it. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting for him to walk out the doorway, and then I was going to shoot the canister, which would trigger the mine and all the explosives in that room. So I was going to do that, but the enemies 2 and 3, the ones that were close together, triggered the mine. So now I'm thinking, well, did the first enemy bug? So now I'm confused. And in a second, I'm going to realize that that enemy earlier that I shot that I thought was the bugged enemy was actually number 1. So what I'm going to do again is just check. I'm going to throw a rock. I get no audio off of that. I'm going to look down there just one more time to double check. I see no enemies, and then I'm going to get up and move. Now, normally I would get up and run because I would be confident that all the enemies were dead, but because that's not the case, I'm moving very slow and cautiously. I'm going to throw another rock just to clear that room out. And now again, I'm looking towards that corner because that's now my focal point again. Because I have an enemy that's unaccounted for. And it's that same enemy. So again, just throwing rocks to see if I can get any kind of info here that there's an enemy that's behind cover somewhere that I can't see. All right, so at this point in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, this guy bugged out. I don't know where he went. It's whatever. I've done all I can. I'm just going to go ahead and proceed as if everything's normal and all the enemies are dead. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and get the collectibles that are in this area. And then I need to head back. Well, I need to get the collectibles. I need to prep this area for the enemies that are going to come once I do the objective. And then I'm going to head back and do the long shot. So there will be 2 enemies that come up through this elevator once I do the objective, the current objective. So that mine will take them out. And then I'm going to put an S mine down a little bit in front of this door, basically the first crack in front of the door. And this will take out the 3 enemies that spawn from that door. So with that stuff prepped, I've gotten the collectibles I need. I'm now going to head over and do the long shot. So I want you guys to listen very closely after I take this shot to the audio. So that scream right there was an enemy. And so now I'm thinking, okay, my mystery enemy that I thought bugged out and despawned is still here somewhere. But now I don't know where they are. So again, I'm now back into oh shit mode and worried that this guy's going to magically appear in front of me or behind me and then shoot me and I lose my run. And you'll see why in a few minutes I'm scared of that exact scenario because something very similar is going to happen to that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just moving along the edge of the area. Again, because I don't know where this enemy is, and that voice line sounded like it was very close to me. So I'm just kind of retracing my steps, so to speak, and looking at all of the area that I've already come through and cleared to see if I can find this enemy just hiding somewhere or walking around looking somewhere. So I look down this way. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody hiding. I don't see anybody patrolling. So now I'm going to head down. I think I was looking up at the top because I was like, I don't think I looked up there yet. And maybe I had missed it. But that wouldn't have made sense simply because I threw a bunch of rocks and I ran around and my noise from running, they would have heard that. So what I'm doing now is, again, throwing rocks. And when I throw that rock, I get the audio. You can see the subtitles at the bottom of the screen. So I'm waiting to see if I can figure out where this enemy is. Now, hopefully he just walks out from wherever he is, right, into my line of sight. That doesn't happen. So my thought process now is, okay, I know that that enemy responded to noise on that side of the map where he disappeared to earlier. So I'm going to continue to focus on that area. And so I make my way down very similar to like I did before. And I hear that voice. So I know that they're close to me. Now watch in the center of your screen what happens. There he goes. He just poofed into his existence. And that right there is why this run is very, very difficult, because stuff like this happens. And you've already seen it, you know, a few times now if you've watched this entire run, right? Luckily, that's the last time it's going to happen. But yeah, a lot of headache and a lot of heartache for one guy because he bugged out and I have no clue what happened to him in the interim there. Whether he disappeared in the wall or through the floor or what happened, I have no idea. Anyways, with him dead, I'm confident now that everything's good in the area. That was the only enemy that was unaccounted for. So you could barely see the explosion right there over the rail. So those enemies should be dead. Gonna wait for these enemies to walk in from the elevator. And then just to verify that there's no one in the area, I'm gonna throw a rock over the rail. Because it's not always a guarantee that the S-mine will kill all three of those enemies. So I like to just throw a rock, listen a little bit. And then once I'm certain that there's no one responding, I know that it's clear and I can run through. And that'll take care of everything up here. Now, once I hit this trigger on the elevator to get pulled in the cutscene, I will no longer be able to come back to this area. So I need to make sure that I have all of the collectibles before I head down. Because if I miss something, I'm screwed. Luckily, just from experience, I know that I've got everything. I didn't miss anything. And I'm good to move forward now. So the underground section here is a little bit more of a headache than up there, oddly enough. Simply because the enemies down here can respond and bug in ways that don't necessarily make it harder. It just, you have to respond in different ways. And really the only way to know what to do when that happens is just experience, like running this level over and over again. Luckily I got the best case scenario here. I didn't get anything that bugged. So what you're gonna see here for this underground section is the ideal strategy. So coming out of the elevator, I want to immediately move over to this area. Now there are going to be 4 enemies in this corner. And essentially the strategy that I'm going to use here is I'm going to let them walk and intersect on each other. And I'm going to take them out one at a time. Now there will be enemies moving and pathing to my right, and you'll see that I keep looking that direction. The way the game is coded, they are not allowed to walk down this direction unless they bug. So, it's great that I know that they shouldn't be able to come down here, but because I know that they can bug and accidentally come down here, I have to keep looking for it. So what ideally should happen is what you saw there. The guy walks down and then he turns clockwise from that direction away from me. Well, I guess that would be counterclockwise. Counterclockwise away from me, and then he heads back down. And so all of these enemies eventually will walk into that spot, and they should all behave in that same manner. Where the bug happens is you can get 2 of the enemies that will walk right towards each other. And because they're walking on the same coded line, they can't bump into each other, so they have to go around each other. And when they go around each other, that's where that bug can happen, where it kind of breaks the physics there, and then that enemy's able to walk and patrol down this way. So that's what I'm looking for when I keep looking that direction is, are there going to be those enemies that are going to intersect each other and cause that bug to happen? Anyways, I've taken out my first guy. And so now what should happen is I should get the second enemy will be at the very far end of this line, like in the direction that I'm looking. That should be the next enemy. You can see he's just coming into frame at the top left of the screen. That should be the next enemy that when he turns, he'll see the body, he'll come in and I'll kill him. The third enemy can be either this officer here that I'm kind of observing, or it can be the other enemy that's a little bit towards the back. Either way, it doesn't matter though. And if you look right there where I'm looking, you can see the officer and that enemy walking towards each other. And so that's what I'm monitoring. I'm monitoring to see if they're going to bump into each other, which they don't. They actually turn and come down here. And that's where the RNG it can really make the big difference, is because it's not always a guarantee that they're going to turn and go down the lane. It can be that they're going to go forward. So they did see me kill that guy, and they saw the body, so they automatically go into alert. That's not a big deal. All I need to do is just wait for them to kind of end that alert and give me my opportunity to shoot them. Now that guy that's ducking down, he will never end his alert, but the officer will. And that's just something I know from experience. The risky part here is that I need to kill this officer and I need to peek out. So I'm going to do it based off the corner. And so I back up from the box. That way the box doesn't eat my shot on the officer. And then once the officer's dead, as you saw, I could move out and safely take out the last guy. So with this area clear now, I'm moving over to the first objective. And I'm looking down just to make sure that all the enemies that are in front of me over here are in their default spots. I shoot the generator because I can't actually go over here and stand up and kick it. Because there's about a 50-50 chance that I pull the attention of one of the enemies. Now all of the enemies in this area I'm going to take out using the sound cover. That enemy that I just took out, again, just from experience, I know that that is the enemy that has the final weapon part. So I need to get through these enemies quickly and go loot his body before he despawns, and then I lose that weapon part. Now all of the enemies that I'm killing here happen in the exact same way, pretty consistently. The enemy that ran down from the stairs to investigate, that's the enemy that's supposed to be all the way up at the top. I've never had that happen before. This was a new one for me, where he somehow saw somebody I killed and came running down to investigate. So the reason I keep returning to this box is just because it gives me a lot more cover than kind of standing out in the open. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just waiting. Again, this is just an experience thing. I know enemies like to float into this area from the other side. So I'm just waiting to see if that happens. This enemy here that I'm about to take out is the enemy that would normally be patrolling from the ground level up to the first level on that right side. And then, like I said earlier, the enemy that I took out before him was the enemy that would be at the very, very top of that structure there. Okay, so with those enemies dead, I should be clear here. I have to be cautious, though, because, again, the enemies in this area can bug, like I said, as I was coming into this area down the elevator. And the way that those enemies bug is they tend to, and I don't have an explanation for it, but they'll tend to, I guess, see bodies, maybe through walls or whatever, and like the entire room, like the entire back right section of this area will just slowly float in here to investigate, and you'll have to shoot them one at a time using the same method that I've been doing. So I hear the voice of an enemy. I couldn't see where they were, so I come back over to my default spot, and I'm just trying to find them right now. Once I locate them, which I located them right there, then I can take him out and then move back to do what I was doing. And again, that's why this section is really difficult, is because, you know, just through repetition, I know about how many enemies they should be. I know what to expect when things go wrong, but you never really truly know if you killed all of the enemies that are going to float into these sections. And so that's where you've just got to be really, really cautious. So I shot the generator that's on that side. I potentially can use that generator later. It depends on how the enemies end up looking. But I like to go ahead and shoot it just so I have the option. So what I'm doing now is I'm floating out because I want to look down the tank and under it. All of the enemies that will float into this area are either going to come from down under the tank or on the right side of the tank. And so I need to get up there. Again, time is running out. I need to get up here and loot the body of that soldier that has the weapons part. But I need to do this very slowly because if an enemy just happens to pop out and start patrolling, I'm going to have to deal with that. And I would like to know about it with as much heads up as possible. All right, so I got the final weapons part, and so now I'm good to get out of this area. What I want to do, though, is I want to check one more time back under the tank. And since I don't see anybody patrolling under the tank, I'm going to go ahead and now take my opportunity to go down and take this enemy out. Alright, so with that enemy taken out, I'm now going to head back. I need to go up and get the collectible cards from the top of this structure. And then I'm going to prep this area for the final enemy set that I have to deal with in the level. Again, as I move out, I want to make sure I'm looking down that right side just in case an enemy is patrolling down that way. So what I was looking for there was one of the enemies that patrols around. If he happens to be in a good spot, I can actually take him out there. What I'm looking for right now is the enemy that should be patrolling up here. What I would do is I would sit in this spot and then wait until he patrols by me. Either towards me or away from me, it doesn't matter. But once he walks by me and I have my opportunity, I would come up and take him out. But that was the enemy that ran down and kind of... I don't want to say bugged, but... that was the enemy that I said earlier, like I'd never seen that happen before, and that was new for me, so he would normally be up here in that section. So again, I'm just putting all these traps down to prepare for the enemies in the final section of the level. And it'll be pretty evident once I get to that point why I'm putting these traps in these exact spots. Alright, so now that everything's prepped, I now want to head over to the left and go up the ramp or the stairs to the left of the elevator that I used to come into this area. So the reason I stopped there was because I thought I heard a voice. And I did hear a voice, and I'll find the enemy much later. In the level. But because it looked like everything was clear here, my objective was just to get up onto the catwalk as quickly as I could, because once I get on the catwalk, I'm basically safe. Really, everything that I just did on the ground floor there, that's the hard part of this, this underground section of the level. So I'm going to use the generator, that first generator that I broke. I'm going to use that cover to take out this guy. And now I'm also going to take the opportunity to break this this other generator. That's a very, very important generator to break because I'm going to use the heck out of that soon. So again, I'm looking for that enemy that I was looking for earlier with that other generator. I can't see him. And so unfortunately, because I can't see him and I don't know where he is, I'm going to have to move into position, into the next position in a much slower way. Basically, I'm going to have to go prone and crawl there. If I was able to take that enemy out, then I would be able just to crouch walk like I've been doing. So I'm going to go ahead and do the next step of the objective. And then again, because I don't know where that enemy is, I have to go prone here and now crawl all the way down until I'm able to crawl over to the left and get onto that perpendicular catwalk. Now, the whole time that I'm doing this, I'm looking to see if I can see that enemy patrolling. And just to clarify, I'm looking to see where he's patrolling because if he gets into a certain position while I'm doing this crawl, I can't continue forward. I would have to stop and go backwards so that I don't pull his attention. But I don't see him. And once I get to this point right now, it's basically the point of no return. I have to go forward. So I'm going to turn down this catwalk, and once I get to this crate, basically at that point I'm good to stand up and continue crouching. So I'm going to take out this enemy that's welding these plates or whatever on the tank. And then I'm going to continue all the way down to the basically where the stairs start to go down. And from there, I'm going to clear out basically every single enemy that's left in this level, except for the 4 enemies that are at the back right of this room. So not a whole lot to talk to here. I like to clear out. There's going to be 2 enemies here. There's one. The other one's going to be patrolling from the room in the back there out in that same direction. I like to clear these 2 enemies out first because then I know that everything on this side of the map is cleared out. And then any enemy that just happens to be patrolling on the ground level like that enemy was, I do like to take those enemies out as well. Fortunately, I didn't have the shot there. That enemy that I was going to shoot was the enemy I was looking for earlier. And the reason why I was crawling down the catwalk. Unfortunately, I just couldn't find the right timing on that guy. Okay, so now that all of the enemies that I'm capable of taking out from this side are eliminated, I now have one final section to move to, and that's this back right corner. There are going to be 4 enemies here. Again, assuming that I've taken everyone out on the ground level, which I'm not certain of at this time. And what you're going to see here in a second is that there was one guy that I missed, and I'll end up having to take him out. So I was going to go down this side, but I decided to go the other direction, just for line of sight purposes. But this was a good way to scout the area and make sure that the correct composition was here. So basically I'm just scouting the area, making sure there's no one outstanding, no one left that I missed, making sure those enemies are in their proper orientation, their default spots. And now I'm just going to be basically going from one side of the catwalk to the other side of the catwalk so I can turn the camera and look down at the ground floor to see if there's anyone down there that I missed. Because ideally I need every single enemy in this entire area to be dead before I complete the objective. So again, I'm looking, I don't see anybody. I decide to look over the other side here in a second. And I'm glad that I did that, because I spotted the only remaining enemy left in this area. And that's right there. There he is, right by that yellow, triangle, whatever that is. So this is a little bit of improv. I've never had an enemy just walk up and stand there. So I had to figure out the best way to take this guy out. And so just from experience, I was like, he's close enough. I might be able to get a good angle using this area here. And luckily I was able to line up the shot and take him out. So with that, now I'm confident everyone on the ground floor is eliminated except for that back right corner and those 4 enemies. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to shoot the explosives that's on the table. And what that'll do is that'll kill one of them and cause the ammo crate to explode, which will kill the other 2. For the final enemy that was on the right side here by these crates beside me, when they walk out to investigate, I'm just going to come up behind them and take them out. Okay, so that's all the enemies that are left in this area. The only thing that I really have to worry about now is if I assumed I killed everyone, but I didn't, which is always, again, it's kind of a gamble. You know, at this point, I'm pretty confident that I've killed everyone, but I don't know 100%. So in the interest of playing it safe, I'm just going to stay crouched. Slowly make my way down, complete the objective, keep looking around to see if I can spot any enemies. And then once I get to the other side, then I'll have more confidence that everyone's eliminated, because I know for a fact that on this behind me, there's only so many enemies there, and I know for a fact I took them all out. So it's just this side of the map where it's a little iffy. And I just want to be a little bit more cautious. So collectible wise, I just have to get the final map or plans for the optional objective. And then I have to head over and get the final collectible cards. And then everything here is done. Now on the way to getting those cards, I'm going to prep for the objective that happens right after I complete this main objective, which is that we're going to get a vehicle and a bunch of enemies that spawn into the area through this door. So there's a line that runs through this side of the door. I'm just going to line up myself up on that, and I'm going to lay down, my standard landmine and dynamite. That should take care of all of the enemies that come out of that door. And so now at this point, I'm going in here just to make sure everything is cleared out. I'm grabbing these rocket launcher rounds. It's a backup strategy that I rarely ever have to use, but just in case. And then coming out of that, now I know for a fact I can run on this side. All the enemies are dead. There's no more risk anymore. So I'll get the cards I mentioned earlier, and now I can complete the main objective. So immediately coming out of this cutscene, I want to go against the back wall here. And I want to loop this all the way around until this first turn to the left. Now, as I walk towards or run towards the tank, I'm looking back to verify that everyone is dead. And I'm glad that I did that because there's one enemy back there that's not dead. I have never had this happen. Beyond when I was strategizing this area and routing everything out. I have never had it happen where every single enemy didn't die there. So this is a little bit of improv. I just decided to come back to this generator and use that noise to hopefully kill this guy. All right, so with that, there are no more enemies in this entire underground section. I'm confident of that. So I'm going to go and complete this final objective. And my last war diary is right here on the corner. So aside from the final sniper nest, everything in this level is now done.
All right.
So as soon as I place that, I want to move to the edge here, crouch, drop down, 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 hit the stairs, run up, and get back into this position above this generator. So now when I look out in this direction, you'll see that there are going to be a bunch of enemies that are going to be walking in my direction. 3 of those enemies will continue through the gate. All the other enemies will stop in their pre-designated default positions. So those traps that I set earlier are to deal with these 3 enemies. Ideally, what would happen is you would get 1 or 2 of the 3 to blow up on the S-mine in front of the gate, and then you get the final guy to run into one of the trip wires. The worst case scenario is that each of the 3 enemies hits only 1 of each of the 3 traps that I laid down, which, if I remember correctly, is exactly what happens in this run. Okay, I was slightly off. I guess I killed the final guy. But had I not done that, he would have eventually moved over and blown himself up on the last trip mine. So the way that I take these guys out is very specific. You really want to do it in this order to avoid them going into alert status. At least going into alert status too early. So when I shoot this enemy, there are 2 scenarios that can happen. The scenario I want to happen is that these enemies go into alert. Because there's always going to be one guy that's behind the boxes of the guy that I just shot. If they go into alert, that guy will walk out like he just did there, and I'm able to kill him. The second scenario is that they don't go into alert, and that guy gets stuck back there. If that happens, basically I have to walk down the catwalk here once I kill that enemy that I just killed, and I basically need to shoot a rocket over to that box and hit him to either kill him, or if I miss, it will kind of coax him to come out from the box, and then I can move back to the generator to kill him. But no matter what, I always check. So I just get the binoculars since it has the most zoom, and I check because if he is there, you'll just barely be able to see his helmet over the box. So I'm confident that he's not there. And so there's only one enemy left in the run now. And so I'm going to go ahead and head out that way and move up to take him out. Now there are two options here. I choose to do this in stealth. Mostly because if you're doing it in stealth, you really can't miss your shot. But the other method is you could just shoot this final enemy loud using your weapon. But if you miss that shot, you could potentially cause issues where he runs for cover or whatever, and it would be terrible to lose, you know, almost 6-hour run right here because you weren't patient. So I choose to take the patient route, which I think is the safer way to do it, and that's just to crouch walk all the way up to him and then kill him. So again, I'm just going to look at this box, make sure that enemy's not standing back there. So once I'm close enough to take the shot, I'll take it. That's the final enemy of the run. So now I just need to get the final sniper nest of the run. And then take this shot to go into the cutscene. And with that shot, the run is complete. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. I hope this no damage run was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, consider subscribing to the channel. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.
We are the same, you and I.
Help me!
I am nothing like you. I remember who I kill. Valen is dead, and the rat is destroyed. But the war is far from over. There are plenty of targets worthy of a bullet. Men who need to die. Time to find more work.